The second round of the World Cup saw the addition of the best players in the world. The added excitement of seeing Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura in action, in addition to Ju Wen-jun and Goryachkina in the women's section, gave the playing venue a buzz hadn't been felt there before. Three of the main favourites, Carlsen, Caruana and Nepomniachtchi, started off promisingly, scoring the win in their two-game mini-match. Reigning World Cup champion, Polish Jan Krzysztof Duda, also started strongly, reminding everyone that he is the man to beat. Not many upsets in the open section, except Shitsko, who defeated Shankland, one of the favourites. But there was a huge amount of draws. Tomorrow will definitely be a high-pressure round. In the women's section, there were a few surprises. Recently nationalised Spanish, Sara Khadem lost unexpectedly to Medina Warda Aulia and will have to win on demand tomorrow with black to tie the match. Also, Alina Bivol, playing under the FIDE flag, caused a major upset to local star Gunay Mamadzada, scoring the win with a nice queen sacrifice-based combination. Play will resume tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m. with the second game of the second round, which will decide the games that go to the tiebreak. Greetings from Baku. Today is the second game of the second round. Tensions are high, everything to play for, and most players will try and secure the win today to avoid playing the tiebreaks tomorrow. We have a local player here from Azerbaijan, Rauf Mabedov. Rauf, how are you feeling for your second game today?
Hello. I don't know, it's a little bit worry. I played 5 times in World Cup, so I only just one time played tiebreaks, so I don't know what will happen.
Okay, you're playing against Alexander Predke, a very strong player. Good luck, and hopefully you can seal the deal today.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Rauf. So, Rauf is getting ready for his game against Alexander Predke. A very tough pairing for this second day. And as you can see around the hall already, players are arriving. Press, arbiters, everyone's getting ready for the match. In 20 minutes, the games will start. And it's going to be a really tense day because depending what happens today, tomorrow, the tie breaks will be fast and furious here in Baku in the Marriott Hotel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Round 2, Game 2 of FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan 2023. Well, I'm now alone temporarily, but Fishy Anand will be soon joining with us. Meanwhile, we have a few stats to show you. So can we have the tournament table? And thanks to Michael, we have some recap of yesterday's upset. It was indeed a very interesting day at the office. So we can pull some table on the screen. Yes, yesterday it was quite an easy day at office for our world number 1 Magnus Carlsen versus Levan Pansulaya. Also, another Norway player, Ariantari, won against a very strong player from Czech Republic, Nguyen Thai Dai Phan. Amin Tabatabai also drew with Pablo Salinas Herrera, and Vincent Keimer, a German prodigy, won against Daniel Darda. And a Singaporean prodigy as well, Tenjing Yao, drew his game against a very strong player from Azerbaijan, Shahriar Mamedyarov. And we see in the bottom of the screen, Gukash won his game. And another top seed, Anish Giri, drew his game against Arseny Nestorov. Peter Svidler, a veteran, won against the youngster Abhimanyu Puranik. And Daniel Dubov also won against another Indian, Adiban. And maybe we can have also the tournament table of the women's section. Yes. For the top 3 boards, it was draw. Our reigning women's world champion Ju Wen-jun made a very quick draw against Repkova Eva from Slovakia. Grandmaster Monika Sochko also drew her game against Ulfia Fatalieva. And Bibisara Zaboyeva also drew against Gong Chanyun. But there are so many upsets happening in the women's section. We have Aulia Medinawarda Aulia won against Sarasadat Kademal Sariev. And Alina Bifol beat the hope of Azerbaijan, Mamatzada Gunay. And Mamatzada is in demand to win the game today to force the match into tiebreak. And now we have Fishy Anand back in the studio. Hello, Fishy. How are you today?
Waiting to say there were so many decisive results today. There
Yes.
are so many people who were in must-win situations. I think it's going to be exciting again.
I think so too. I think today will be even more exciting because some of the players, they're on demand to win this round. And so I think they will give their all to win the game. Yeah?
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see how much they try to unbalance the position because, as you said, they have to win on demand.
Yes. And what do you think about Magnus Carlsen and the likes? Okay, Magnus won his game yesterday, but Nakamura drew. Fabiano won. So, for example, for Nakamura, I think he's going to play as black pieces. So, what do you think is going to happen with him? Like, will he play a solid chess and try to play in the tiebreak? Because as we know, he's a very great faster time control player.
Yes, but I don't see why he will not try to keep a few chances alive in this round. So he could easily come up with an opening which, let's say, it's slightly off the beaten track, keeps some possibility of unbalancing play, but without overdoing it because he's not in a must-win situation, of course. It's interesting that many of the top seeds who won yesterday won with the black pieces. If you saw the thing, Magnus, Fabiano, so a lot of the higher seeds won with the black pieces, and therefore they're now playing with white.
Right.
And I think that gives them a very comfortable situation. I mean, their opponents will have to come up with interesting schemes, but on the other hand, I don't think the top seeds are going to be too cautious. So that should give an opening for the other side.
Yes, I think actually they're looking forward. If they have to go into the tiebreak, I think they're looking forward to play the rapid or even the blitz matches because they're also known to be a very good rapid and blitz players. Well, we have the world number 1 here, Magnus Carlsen, on the screen. And
we're off.
Yeah, and we have a lift-off. Players just shook their hands and they started their first moves. So, which game would you like to see first? Shall we move on to?
I think in the beginning we can just see how the opening moves everywhere, and then we'll take it from there.
Yes. And while everyone is still on their first opening moves, we can pull on some stats of our world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, of his participation in the World Cups. Maybe we can have the stats of Magnus Carlsen on the screen. Oh, we can see it's C4, C5
Yes.
on the board. So English, yeah.
English and
The moves will soon be updated. Yeah, we see English. English has seen quite a popular trend these days, yeah, compared to D4, for example, in the elite level tournaments.
people shuffle around a lot. I mean, there are so many solid systems against every single line that people vary their approach as often as possible. So, I wouldn't be surprised if Magnus switched to E4 or D4 later.
Yes.
But it's true that a lot of his recent games have been C4.
And on the far end of the screen, we see also Fabiano Caruana
Yep, the
takes
background.
on white pieces against Machulis Philly Michael from Georgia. And yeah, both Magnus and Fabi, they won their games yesterday. So today as white pieces, I think it's not very, but it's an easier task for them to just hold for a draw, yeah?
Yes, but it's not their nature to do it. Also because there's quite a cost in rating.
Right,
And
yeah.
I think yesterday's game pushed Fabi back to the number 2 spot. So he won't want to give it away very easily.
That's correct, yeah.
So there are these other considerations. I suppose the priority is to go to the next round. But equally, they are strong players. They have excellent preparation, and they have the white pieces. Why shouldn't they just play chess?
That's
So obviously, in an emergency, they can bail out. But
yes.
I think they're confident guys, and they don't expect to face the situation.
Yes, and we have the stats of Fabiano Caruana on the screen. He has played 6 times in the World Cup, and his best result was in 2013, where he lost to Maxime Fahir-Lagrave in the semi-final. Oh, he hasn't made it to the final yet, so probably this is the time. I mean, many top players here, Magnus and Fabi, they haven't really made it to the final of the World Cups.
Yep. Right, let's have a look. About Hikaru's strategy, I think we can see that Queen's Indian, but maybe he is leaning to the solid side. I mean, Bishop B4 takes D2 is very much on the solid side of this. I mean, if you wanted something sharper, you could play C5,
Right.
things like that.
Yeah.
But he's doing this straightforward. These typically lead to some kind of passive position. White has some space, but black is extremely solid. And so Hikaru is also signaling that he's going to be sensible about it. He's certainly he's ready to fight if his opponent is looking for one, but he's not going to do anything quote unquote silly or drastic. Right.
Yeah, and as our viewers, if you remember yesterday, Karthik Venkataraman made a very well defense against Hikaru on the first game of the match yesterday, and the game ended with a draw. So it's going to be a very interesting game today to see both players, how they prepare for this one, because colors sometimes matter, right? As a white player, I think Karthik is also choosing a rather solid approach, yes?
I think he's just playing a normal system. Also,
Normal
how
system.
much does Hikaru play the Queen's Indian? This might be a mild surprise.
Yes.
He plays a lot of other things with D4. I mean, he could easily gone for one of his King's Indians or Grunfelds if he wanted to, have more action at the board. So I would assume that Karthik is slightly surprised.
I think also because Hikaru I think he's looking forward to playing the tie breaks. I mean, I think he's just going to take it easy today, see how the game's unfolding. But okay, if there is no chance, then he's okay with a draw. But if there is some chance, of course, he's going to go for it.
Yes. While you do want to qualify, remember that there are no second chances. If you overstep the mark today, you can pack your bags. So you want to do everything in moderation.
Yeah.
I think. Okay, let's quickly glance at some of the other boards. I will now switch to Fabiano. Again, sensible opening, but by no means an invitation to make a draw or anything. He's going to play maybe knight d2 f1.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll go for the bishop g5, takes the knight on f6, and sitting on the d5 square. Just a normal opening, I think. Jan Nepomniachtchi returning the Petrov favor,
yes.
saying, okay, now you show me. And it's a tough because Jan has shown many times that he prepared this not only for the Ding match, but maybe also, especially for the Carlsen match in 21. And he's extremely confident here and ready to take on any opposition. Also, he used it in the candidates a lot.
Yes.
So I don't think he's afraid of any challenges. Let's put it that way.
Yes. So before we go any further, do you have any predictions on how many games on the open section will go into the tiebreak matches? There are 64 of them.
How many decisive results exactly were there in the first round? Do you know?
I should have it, but I think a lot of them is draws. But yeah, most of the top players, they won. Only some draw upsets and one win upset by Shitko Ifan versus Shankland. We saw it yesterday. And the rest of them, I think it's quite expected result.
I would guess something in the range of 40, 45 could easily be tie breaks. So,
45.
well, flip a few results and the rest, I'm assuming there's something like 64.
64, yeah.
So you assume there were 20, 25 wins yesterday. Would that be a good guess?
I think so.
I mean, and I think therefore a lot of the ones who drew in the first game might draw in the second. And let's assume there are a few people who flip from having won the first game to a tie break.
Yep. And in the women's section, there are 32. And how many do you think will go for the tie break?
Again, what are the stats? How many decisive results? And then
more.
we kind of...
yeah, there are more decisive results yesterday in the women. I think the team is preparing for it.
Okay. Again, let's say it'll be 15, something like that.
Yep.
Maybe a bit less.
I think it should be less.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it should be less. Yep.
I mean, these are wild numbers I'm throwing out there, but anyway, let's...
Yes. So just a friendly reminder to our viewers, if you have any questions, please do send it to us on Twitter with the FIDE hashtag of #FIDE World Cup or tag us on FIDE_chess. So I will be selecting the questions to be answered by Viswanathan. And we have in the camera the situation in the playing room.
Okay, we see in the foreground Georg Meyer against Jaime Santos Latasa. And
Nikita Vitugov is walking around.
yeah, Vitugov is walking around.
Also Arjun Ergaisi.
Yeah. And I'm trying to guess who's sitting next to them, but can't quite make out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I've seen a few players here came with their seconds. For example, Anish Giri with Irene Lamy. And I'm a bit surprised the youngsters, Arjun and Nihal, they don't really come with their seconds, or maybe they work from,
That's
internet.
the thing. Nowadays, it's become quite feasible, fashionable as well, to just have someone helping you remotely. This is not a bad arrangement. Magnus actually, you could say, pioneered this in the World Championship matches, where a good part of his team was somewhere else. And it's since then become very, very commonplace. Even I've done it on occasions. It's easy to talk to someone, and you really need someone with you all the time. In many cases, you want a family member or someone for psychological support with you,
Yes.
but your technical help can be stationed anywhere. And if there's enough time difference, you can even organize things that they work during your night and what have you. So I'm sure all of them are getting help, but the problem is, the question is, do they bring their seconds here or not? There is still some extra value to having someone and being able to express a lot of thoughts freely, as opposed to putting everything on paper, on text. But I think people are just very used to these kinds of arrangements.
I think it would be even more useful. Let's say the players go into the tiebreak matches, because between one round to another, you don't really have much time. If you have to connect with internet or use your electronic devices, compared to if you have your coach here, you can just exit the venue and then discuss a little bit and then come back again.
That is true. So this is the very chaotic phase where you finished one game and you have a few minutes before the next one starts. Yes. That's what we're discussing. But again, if you could step out of the venue, pick up your phone, have a quick chat with whoever, and then put it down. There are solutions for everything. And people do work with remote seconds.
Yep. And
okay. So Pansalai is going for some sort of Benoni. I mean, the Benoni is a pretty dodgy opening, but
play for a win,
it's good for in must-win situations, of course. But I think Magnus was quite happy to enter it as well. I mean, especially given that he might have had a time to look it up.
Yeah.
He's quite content to get here. This doesn't look... I mean, these lines are super solid after B6. It's just very, very difficult to prove something. Jan has defended his position on multiple occasions, and I'm really curious what Vogar has managed to... If he's managed to find a small idea somewhere.
I think he's happy to go on the tiebreak, Ian. Okay, there is some rating points in line, but
he won the first game, so he's not...
Oh yeah, he won the first game, that's right.
So
he's fine with the draw.
Yes. And Anish is trying to go for this long press, which is... I'll just enter the few moves and show you what I'm referring to. Knight d7, and then you do some, let's say, rook b1. Or queen b3 might be another. And then white tries to get d4, swap the bishops, and then play for this very small edge. This sort of thing. The Petrov is obviously a huge blocking opening. And
Fishy, sorry. I think we have one result in. If you see it in the camera, it's Jaime and Georg.
They have in fact finished their game. So quick draw there.
Yes.
Quick repetition probably.
Yes.
Either the arbiter is then telling them about the next
About
game.
the tiebreak tomorrow, yeah. Probably to come early for the toss of the colors or...
Okay, so you see, some people just decide why spend the whole... why exhaust ourselves today and then come for a tiebreak tomorrow? Let's just get it over with. And that is that. Anyway, we were discussing Anish's position. So knight e5. Let's see if that happens. We have Wesley playing some Catalan, and Temur Rajabov. Erdosh is actually going for the Zaitsev. Not necessarily a solid opening, though if you know the theory, it's quite playable, of course, but Rajabov going for the d5 line as opposed to all these a4 theoretical lines. Let's see if something interesting comes up there. Yes, and now we have Iskandarov against Gukesh, and Gukesh is going for the Sveshnikov that we saw yesterday in Wei Yi's game. So let's see. I would guess that Gukesh is well prepared here, so let's see how a well prepared player approaches this position.
And it's also very interesting to see the preparations from the younger players. It's shown in their games that it's promised to be a very dynamic game, like what we saw yesterday in Pragnananda's games, against Maxime Lagarde. Yeah, it was indeed a very interesting game and very exciting attacking game as well. The same goes with the game of Wei and Supi.
Yeah.
One of your favorites as well, yes.
Okay, so this is very topical Sveshnikov. Let's see what happens. Mamedyarov against... I always thought this was slightly the more dangerous square to put the knight on. I mean, on c3 it often gets neutralized, but on d2 you can follow up more effectively the rook c1. Maybe stop the c5 break happening. Just could be a slight
edge for white.
Of course, he may just have been recapturing something. Let's see.
I don't think so.
No, he's actually gone knight bd2.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. Dragnev against Vasher. Only thing I'll point out is that MVL didn't bother with knight c6, so white got in his a5. How much of a concession that is very arguable, but okay, stands out. Of course, if black does play this, I don't know if white is really going to go knight b3, because then I can go bishop e6, bishop e3. And I remember once, I think it even came from the e5 lines, but when you take, you
can
go
play.
here.
Ah.
And then if you
you
go
don't-
back, you lose the exchange.
I see.
So what you do is you kind of end up having to take, and then pawn takes, and suddenly this knight is stuck over here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's his intention or we're going to get that. No, in fact, MVL went d5. He just broke. So that's not the...
What about e5? Like after knight takes a5, is e5 a move?
It must be a very strong move, actually. You're right. It's not the end of the world, but ed6. Yeah, you're right. No, that one comes after castling, but it's true. Even there, the e5 trick is...
Yeah.
Oh, no, then I would have knight e8. That would be the
Yes,
difference
yes,
if I had
that would be
castled.
the
Yeah,
difference,
so if
yes.
we had castled, that's right. e5. In fact, after knight d5, maybe knight d7 also works. Because... then you can
And
do...
then you have
you
b5,
have
yeah,
this
yeah.
b5 move.
Yes.
Because, again, black is not castled, so these little details. Of course, nothing is forced for black, so...
But MVL has gone for d5.
MVL, yeah, has a more direct approach. He's just played d5. Yeah. And if e5, I'm guessing knight e4 should be... And this looks equal enough. Alternately, you can go ed5, knight d5, but that's also very, very equal.
Yeah, that's also very cool.
So maybe MVL just knows this theory. Of course, e5, knight e4, I might be also able to play f4 and keep playing along. Okay. This is kind of interesting. So this is the most valuable piece for white because it's helping control the square. So now black tries to undermine it directly with a5, a4, rather than pausing for d6 and things like that. Might be interesting in a few minutes.
Yes, so this accelerated dragon, so white allows knight g4, where usually you're kind of like stopping it. And this knight b3.
I don't know if he played queen d2 on
there's queen
purpose
d6,
because, I mean, if he had wanted, he could have played f3 here.
Yeah.
And he cuts out this knight g4. So clearly Lenier is saying, I'm fine, play it if you want. And Yannick, happy to take the invitation. Let's see which other interesting games we can find.
Yes.
This is an interesting winning attempt because, of course, Cordova Emilio actually lost yesterday. So he's in a must-win situation and the Catalan is going to an ending. However, this ending is not quite so lifeless as has been proven many times. So it's a more reasonable attempt than you might suppose.
So
I would say that this is quite nice for Le Quang Liam. So this must be one of these openings where black kept provoking. Yes, black provoked white to do his worst, and then white took the invitation. And
so this looking
I
good
approve.
for white,
Let's
yeah?
put it
You
that way.
approve, yeah?
I think it might be just better for white. However, you know, black can play a5 and c6,
Yeah,
and
the
that
normal.
also slows things down. So not by any means huge, but we know that Wei Yi won a great game yesterday. So his Brazilian opponent Supi in a must-win situation, but happy to play a quiet Berlin. Doesn't mean he's not going to try, because these kinds of positions you can keep attempting lots of things because the structure gives you the possibility to play for a long time. Abdusattorov against
Sanal Wahab.
yeah,
They drew
and
yesterday.
here he's allowing this double pawn because he's quite happy with the situation afterwards. And it's true that these double def pawns give a lot of control on critical squares. Also to be noted, black has already played h6, which means that if white puts a piece on e5, you cannot drive it away easily with f6 because I have that square.
Wow.
So that little
Yes.
detail also is why white is happy to allow the f pawn to be doubled.
Oh, that's a very important details for me to know the nuance of this type of position. Yes.
Vityugov won yesterday, and so let's see how this one goes. I think these kinds of lines, they go bishop c5, just to overprotect this, and then if white does this, you take, and you can play queen c7 or queen d6 or bishop d6. I think bishop d6, sometimes they try to sack the exchange and see if something happens. But you know, these are all these interesting retis. This is one of the most solid openings today. Black plays this Tarrasch defense, and it's just very, very tough to make headway here. A lot of white people have broken their heads on banging themselves against this, but so I'm guessing that this game must have been drawn yesterday, right?
Yeah, I think
Parham
so.
drew his first game yesterday.
Yeah,
So
Parham did.
this is not a must-win opening.
No.
So. Okay, here we have some. Oh, do we have a draw for here?
Oh, Parham won yesterday actually.
Oh, then this is.
That's perfect. Yeah.
It's an interesting approach from his opponent, maybe a kind of reverse psychology. So, which is that he's going to play a dead drawn position or something, or maybe he's just playing chess. Vidit has just been offered a draw. So, I mean, I'm guessing he'll just take it. If you play g takes f6, then it's very clear. You go queen h6, f5. If black has one move, it's over. Like a move like bishop d4 going back, or queen e5 going back to g7 is game over. So white has to take the perpetual, which is queen g5 check, king h8, queen f6 check. So bishop f6 in itself is a draw offer. And so we'll have a second game finish quite early.
I think, yeah, they're going for it. Yeah,
Yes, so this should be over in 2 moves.
Yeah. So we have our second tiebreak match already.
Yes.
Yeah, and they're repeating the moves, and they're going for the tiebreak tomorrow. So just take it easy today and let the battle continues tomorrow. The players have to make this 3-volt repetition just to avoid any dispute with the arbiter.
Yes, you cannot claim perpetual check. You have to repeat 3 times,
have to
but
repeat,
even then the
yes.
principle is there.
Yeah.
So perpetual check is, let's say, the stronger cousin of repetition. Repetition, you say, look, I'm making my best moves, I can't deviate.
Yeah.
Perpetual check just tells you, I have no other legal moves, so we're going to do this forever. Can we stop? So it's just the stronger cousin of the other one. And I think they are signaling to each other, and they're waiting for the arbiter to come.
To approve.
Yeah, but you
the
can stop this. I
repetition.
mean,
You
this
cannot
is
stop.
no arbiter is going to argue with this one. Yeah, there he is. He will inform them of this. So we have 2 tiebreak games
Two
already.
tiebreaks already. Yeah.
2 out of 45,
Yeah.
as my prediction goes. So let's see. 43 to go.
30 minutes.
That is the most absurd prediction I've made. Anyway. Dubov, yeah, again playing setup. It's not very sharp, but black does have these options with a6 and b5, so there's a lot of potential for Adiban to unbalance the game, perhaps. Sam Shankland,
in a
I
mastering
think, doing
situation.
having a psychological approach where he's not going to go crazy, but he's going to play something unusual and keep his opponent guessing. Because, of course, Sam had a very last-minute unfortunate loss yesterday.
Yes.
And that puts him under a lot of pressure. Okay, Azarov against Arjun Erigaisi.
They drew yesterday.
Yes, and here we see that...
It's a quite trendy line with the bishop.
Yes,
too, yeah.
white didn't play bishop g5, which is one idea to take the knight. And black decided to stop it anyway. So here we are. White has a couple of plans. One is knight e2, g3. Another one could simply be knight d5.
Yep.
So long maneuvering game there ahead of us. Again, one of these super solid lines in the Slav. This is Jomobayev against Wang Hao.
Mm-hmm.
Paco Vallejo from Spain won yesterday.
Yep.
So Ivic, his Serbian opponent, who beat the young Turkish prodigy, Edis Gurel. He's now forced to try and unbalance the position somehow, and I think he's gone for the King's Indian, which is fairly...
It's a suitable opening here to play for a win.
Yes. I mean, all openings are good if they work and bad if they don't. I think, the sharp lines might have a lot of forced draws there.
Mm-hmm.
How do you navigate that? The harmless lines actually allow you to keep playing, which is maybe your best odds under the circumstances. Elias Merin going for some very unusual choice. I mean, it's also interesting that his opponent, Kirill Shevchenko, is... you wouldn't realize that he had necessarily drawn yesterday's game. He's just going on principle, this is how I play chess.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So, he's confident that he's better here. And these lines, I think recently have favored white.
Yeah.
And he's just saying, game on. So, Kirill Shevchenko, obviously one of the big Ukrainian, now Romanian hopes. This again, there are some nice plans where the bishop goes here and then this knight wobbles
to a5.
a5. But what black has achieved here is he's got these pawns, and so the b5 break is forever blocked.
Mm-hmm.
Except right now, which I realize.
Yeah,
but
I
think you can just take, and then you get
c6.
you get knight coming to c6, and this seems very much under control.
Yeah, their game ended with a draw yesterday.
All right. So, again, both of them happy to avoid a tie break, but not desperate to stop one.
Yeah.
Not desperate to avoid one.
And there you go. In the screen, we see Adli Ahmed playing with the white pieces versus Dutch
This
number
did not
2,
happen, by
right?
the way. This is the current position.
Yes.
Just to remind everyone.
Dutch number 2, Jordan van Boeres.
Yeah. Praggnanandhaa, the winner yesterday in another classic game. And slightly offbeat choice, Queen e7. I mean, typically they go Queen e7, and he's gone Queen c7 instead, excuse me. And Praggnanandhaa going for Bishop d3, saying, thanks to Queen c7, you can't play c5 easily because I have this move Knight b5, taking the two bishops. And if you do nothing, I'll play e4 next move and capture with my bishop. And he's claiming that he'll be happier there. So let's see. I mean, typically if you do something like this, I'll do e4. Probably have to take. And this might be nice for white, because you try to have the space, put the knight on e5 and so on. Or you could even play c5 and cement black's bishop on b7. And if black plays c5, you have this attractive move, and that's supposed to be nice. Okay. Lagarde has gone rook a c8. So one of the reasons to avoid h6 is that when you play f5, so I'll show it again. If you played f5, here not having played g6 means your king side is slightly stronger. So again here, it's tough to choose this line, but you see that if you don't have advantage in the main lines, you have to find these solid lines that you can play. Simply gives you a chance to play chess and hopefully outplay your opponent somewhere. Darda Daniel from Belgium in a must-win situation, because he lost that very interesting Grunfeld, Reti kind of game against Vincent Keimer.
A very nice tactic by Keimer with knight
Yeah.
e6. Yeah.
And Salinas Herrera is playing in Amin Tabatabai. It's gone knight a5. Again, very Rai Lopez-y
Type
position.
of situation, yes.
Yes. David Navarra is Nicholas Oceanbeth has gone knight h4, presumably to meet knight j6 with knight f5. And for the moment, it's not obvious what you should play. I mean, if you go, I can do this and say, you want to do a thing. I can
And
actually go back and say,
Let's make
where
a draw.
exactly you ended. But, I wasn't thinking of a draw. I thought the knight
Oh,
then
you can just come
it
back.
comes to g3 and then this one goes to f3 instead of coming by the other route and joining on g3. So this is kind of crazy.
So what about after knight g6, knight f5? Can you push d5?
Yes, I guess I would then
You just
continue
queen
queen
f3.
f3 and then play knight f1, g3 or something like that and see how to proceed. But black also can continue with c5, threatening to play c4 and undermine the base of the pawn chain. So, I mean, these two pawns rather. Sorry, I don't know why I'm clicking all over the place. Yeah, there we go. So the two blue ones, I think. And I will decolor the board.
Yes, so this game also ended with a draw yesterday, this match.
Yes. And here, maybe it's just ever so slightly better for white. Because if I play bishop c4, my bishop occupies a nice square. And that might be worth something. Very, very symmetrical kind of position, but might just be a little edge. Axel Bachmann, who lost yesterday, must-win situation with white. And but Nihal is, again, very tough to beat player. So trying to do something unusual here. Another must-win game because Puranik Abhimanyu, as you saw, overstepped the mark against Peter yesterday. Kind of pushed too hard. And this looks very solid, but then again, you have to just try.
Yeah, and Sarana versus Wang Ranger, they had a quick draw yesterday.
This is interesting. Bear with me. I mean, if you take, and you take with the queen, then I have this idea AB5. But then you'll play bishop takes d5 because my thought line was something like this. Bishop takes b7, ab5, ab5, and now I have this move, which is a kind of a useful trick to have. Because if you take, I take, and you can't actually capture here because I'll go check and win the rook. However, anywhere after knight c4, queen e8 also works, so it's no big deal, really. So knight takes e5 has happened, and this is the current situation.
This looks pretty equal still, yeah? For both sides.
Yes. This would be my guess about the theoretical status, yeah, that it's just about equal.
So knight e5. So if we go to that line that you just mentioned, yeah, there's nothing happening on the tactic on b5 or something.
Well, you can. So I'll take here, but now you can't take this easily because I will take this and c6. I mean, I was going to say that even this is fine, but c6, of course, is very
yeah, winning a piece.
winning a piece, yeah.
And there's some, I think, move on the board.
Okay, let's wait up and see.
The white player just moves something and then write something on the score sheet. Yeah, we only have 2 draws so far. More are coming, eh? as you expected.
It's a practical decision by many people, and if you want to prepare properly for the faster time controls, you might as well finish early today.
Yes, so knight e5 is on the board, in fact.
Yes, so knight takes e5 has happened. Okay. Nils Grandelius actually showing the courage of playing the mainline Berlin. And I don't know how big it is, but it is.
It's trying to prove it.
Yeah.
And they drew their game yesterday, so between Nils Grandelius and Antimpov.
Yeah, and Esipenko going for knight e7. Well, knight a5 used to be the main line, but now he's gone here. And so, question is, how is he going to go about this? Is he going to play knight f5? Is he going to take on c3? I mean, perfectly reasonable position. It's just you have to decide what you're going to do. Okay.
Yeah. There you go. On the camera, we see Savarli Eltach still pondering.
I bumped into him in the lift today.
Oh, yeah?
And in fact, the door was just closing when he put his hand and came in. And so we greeted each other, and then he told me, I decided to move to the hotel after I lost the second round, coming a bit late.
Yeah.
So at least he's able to, he's come to terms with it.
Yes, yes.
This thing can weigh on you for a while, but he seemed thing. And of course, he's very much in the second round.
After the loss, I mean, when he won by default, he played really, really well in the tiebreak.
Yes.
And didn't waste any time. Just no need to go for the second time control. Just 25-10, and then he went through the next round.
This is again, I don't even know which opening this is. This is the Ding series of chess.
So it's kind of like reverse here. Usually you do this bishop b5 and then bishop d6, but now with the inclusion of h3, you kind of...
Yes, exactly. That's a good point. You're just reversing this idea. So at some point this became popular in the 4 knights, that if you go here, you do this. And you say that I'll defend e5 now and I'll figure out how to play d6 later. So white has done it in reverse, including h3. Yes, modern chess players are not that dogmatic about blocking your d-pawn and things like that. It's much more a question of, if it's possible, I'll do it.
Also moving the same piece 5 times within 12 moves.
Oh, yeah.
Just like what Fabiano did yesterday.
That's very popular as well. This is nice because it's an implied pawn sack, which is that if you take, you take here. But white has this move bishop h3, attacking that rook. Of course, rook c4 might be a problem, because if you go here, then you go knight f4. Alternately, you could go rook g4. And the idea is to support a4, support c4. Equally, you could play c4. Though these things are very, very close to equality after knight f4.
And you take on f4, yeah?
Yes. Again, sometimes white has played h4 into rook g1, things like that, but these are minor details essentially.
Close to equalization, even though the spirit of the opening is very dynamic.
Yes.
In fact.
Shall we see how the women are doing?
Yes, please. So our first board, Ju Wenjun drew a rather quick game yesterday against Eva Repkova. And
Eva Repkova might well be finishing this game up quickly. I mean, it's not obvious that white is hugely better. Though it is slightly awkward for black, because white's better developed. That bishop is still to come out. and it's possible that white might be better. Something along the lines of rook c1 or bishop d3 knight e4. Just white doesn't have to make even very difficult moves. These are very natural moves.
Do you trade the queens here or just keep the queens on the board by playing, let's say, queen e2 and then rook d1, rook c1?
Queen e2 might be quite good, because if I'm going to play this setup with b5 and bishop b7, I would rather have my knight on d7 than on c6. So it feels slightly out of place on c6 to me. But
So moving on to the second board, Gerchkina also drew yesterday.
okay, and Priyanka Nutaki going for an Evans gambit.
Wow.
That's a bit from the romantic era of chess. So d6. I think I went knight f6 against Kasparov many moons ago. But this is now the current way to do this. Knight e7. And you see modern chess. When in doubt, push your h pawn. So it's, I don't know, if I go h6, of course I could take it and play h5. But you have knight e5 and we
play
potter
chess,
on.
yeah? Mhm.
But it's not obvious that I cannot do this. Because having included these moves, there's suddenly that rook can't move somewhere, you know. There might be some nuances here.
We can keep
I
an
think
eye on this
h6
game,
though, yeah, I think h6 though is probably the way to go.
Despite restricting your rook?
Excuse me?
Despite restricting the rook on h8?
Yes. It's not necessary for me to move the rook yet. And I can play my next very natural moves are queen e7, bishop d7, long castle. So this need not be a concern right now, I would say. Yeah, no, but I was just happy to see an Evans gambit there.
So the aim on that position is just try to prepare for long castle, isn't it? For black?
Yes, for black, yeah. And in this case, h4, h6 may not be that great. I mean, what exactly, after h6, what exactly is white happy with? Is he going to, or she, going to take on f6 and play h5? Or but then I have knight f4 maybe, right?
Knight f4 here, knight f4 looks really good.
Also knight e7 is nice because I can threaten rook g8.
That's true. Yeah, but I don't think white will be happy for the trade, so probably keep the bishop on the board.
Yes.
Keep an eye on h6.
And then I could do what I mentioned earlier, queen e7, followed by bishop d7, and then castle long. It's always nice when the moves you want to make actually don't look wrong. And then you can play them with a clear conscience. I think Mary-Ann Gomez is probably going to suffer a bit with this isolated pawn. It looks like white's pieces are all in the right squares. Then again, it's not huge maybe. I don't know if knight e6 is the way to go, or knight takes c6 and bishop d4.
And they drew their game yesterday, so
Yes. Alexandra Costeniu getting the Marshall set up. So the Marshall used to mean a specific thing. Now it just means you lost your pawn. But okay, this is a Marshall as per the original definition. And yes. You see how calmly black plays? Because black just feels that white never quite is able to take advantage of this extra pawn, because the black pieces are so well placed and there's so much compensation being generated. Tanjongi is also looks nice for white. I mean, I'll play rook a1 and then e5 somewhere. I don't know if black will play g6 or something.
yeah,
Just get bishop g7, castle long.
yeah,
I'm sorry, castle short.
that's a shot, and yeah, I think this is the way to go. And the knight, where will you put the knight? d7, c6?
Yes. I would say d7, but if I go to d7, then you go rook a1, and then you're threatening e5. And that is awkward because this knight then doesn't have
Doesn't
that
have
square.
square.
So that's why maybe g6 keeps some options.
With
Yeah,
the-
Zagnitze, Colon, Claudia looks equalish. I think black is equalized comfortably here.
Yep.
And I believe Zagnitze won yesterday, right?
I would think so. Let
Can
me
you just
check.
double check?
Oh, they drew yesterday.
Oh, they drew. Sorry. In that case, um,
But this position still, it can be like a result game.
yes. Well, if you equalize this easily with black,
Yeah, then-
it can hardly be a
Mhm.
mistake. Okay. This is a very sharp knight off.
Yep. And yesterday,
This kind of Keres style.
and yesterday we saw that Maria Muzichuk was quite in the trouble with all this attack, but
Hmm.
she can neutralize it, and the game ended with a draw. So she's returning the favor.
In a sense.
Yeah.
Anna Muzichuk. I want to say misplacing the black knight, but I think she knows that. I mean, so she's probably going to get it around with bishop d7, knight c8 or something.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah. She
interesting
won.
that she went to a7.
Yep. And she won yesterday against Demante.
And this is similar to what we discussed yesterday, right?
Yeah.
But black's setup looks very convoluted, no? Knight on f8, the other knight on d7. Looks quite comfortable for white, I would say.
Harika managed to win yesterday, but she was also in trouble.
And we see the famous queen if I check there again, but white has to come up with something convincing here.
Yeah. Because Zujira won yesterday, so
Correct.
she's not aiming so much on this game.
And I would say black is doing great.
Yeah, black is doing fine.
And even queen if I check wasn't necessary strictly. I could just play knight f6 and what have you gained exactly? But anyway. What was Shuvalova's result yesterday?
Shivalova won.
So she's, I think, got again a very comfortable,
Very comfortable position for white. Yes, I agree.
White has this pawn move. If next move, if you castle,
Knight d5. Yeah.
I have knight d5. That's an option because I will recover the piece.
Looks like a very, and also it was a very good home prep yesterday
Yes.
during her game.
And
Yep, and this one also.
Sarakadem lost yesterday
Yes.
to Aulia Medina. And now white has an interesting choice. Should white play e6 or just chop this knight, as Sagar would say,
Chop this.
and then go bishop f4. And at the end of all these exchanges, let's say you take here, I take here, take here, I take here. I have a very comfortable dark square advantage that my knight has all these things and your light bishop is maybe a slight advantage for white. So that is one option, bishop f5, bishop f5, bishop f4.
So white is sitting very comfortably in this position.
Yes. But we see also that black has stepped away with king h8 before playing f6. Because, of course, if you played f6 here, you're walking into knight takes d5 somewhere. It's a little trick that you need to know. Maybe first he takes f6, but anyway. I don't know if she played e6. No, she didn't. I was
she's
just
still
mentioning that it's
thinking,
possible.
yeah.
e6 might be good as well because your knight has to go, so it'll go there. And then it's very hard to attack this pawn because your own pieces are not... I mean, if I play bishop f4, you don't have any squares to attack my pawn with.
Right.
So... But I think Sarakadem is trying very hard to unbalance the position.
Yep. And the next one is Kotanashvili Bella. And they drew their game yesterday.
And this looks good space advantage for white, and white can certainly try it. And black's setup is kind of stretchy. It's a Queen's Indian, but it's not a King's Indian because the bishop is not on G7. Somehow I don't believe in this setup, but I have seen people play it, so they do know something.
Yep. On the screen we see it's Kotanashvili versus Shivka Karina.
Okay, this is interesting. White has given a pawn, and after king b8, how exactly is white going to proceed? White can play rook f d1, so that if you take, I just have mate. But then if I go e6, what exactly are you going to play?
So black will just enjoy the free, I mean the extra pawn then.
Yes, so does white have something here?
Oh yeah,
If I go king b8.
fun fact, yesterday Elizabeth Pats was in so much trouble. She was close to losing the game. She was -4. Yeah, but right after, her opponent made a blunder and the game was neutralized immediately. And from that on, I think you kind of like realize when you're making some mistake, right? And then in the position when you know that you're winning and somehow it's neutralized, maybe it has some psychological effect on you, and she just lost the game after that. So Mungzul Turmung from Mongolia is in a must-win situation.
Yes. I think it has to be king b8, because if you go king d7, it feels quite awkward here.
You need to get all the pieces up.
Yeah. But so far I don't see a huge danger for black. I'm threatening e6 and bishop e7. But the question is this enough to win? Is black better, or is black just comfortably equal? Okay. Must be some Alapan, right? Yes, it is some Alapan.
Yeah, it's Alapan. Yeah, the next game, Gong Chanyun versus Asaboyeva Bibisara. They drew their game yesterday. It was quite a close match as well. And now it's looking like it's pretty equalish as well.
Yes. I mean, bishop d6. I would say even bishop takes d3, but why make that concession? I can just keep the two bishops. Carissa, yep, lost yesterday.
Lost yesterday.
So she needs to unbalance this. Though I like this now. If you take bishop c6, I can go knight c3. And then bishop g5. Very natural moves. And looks, I think, nice for white. Okay, shall we go back to the men? There's a few games left.
I think we can see a few more games. Let's see before Alina, because
okay,
she made an upset yesterday against Mamadzana Gunai. And yeah, before Alina just needs a draw to continue to the next one.
Yes. So black did not recapture the thing, but lost this pawn here. So now if white comes back, white is threatening knight takes c4. Of course, black could play knight c6, trying to attack this pawn. And this is also possible.
Rook e1, yep.
So that I can just threaten this pawn, but maybe you harass me like this.
Is bishop d2 a move, or you keep the pieces on the board? Or just simply play rook e2 or something?
Yes. Also, let's just try this.
And let's see free.
Oh no, but then c5 is too slow. You have d5 just to do it. And if you go,
if you go knight c6, no, yeah. Try to just
knight c6, knight takes c4. And
oh yeah, just that's it.
So it looks better for white.
Yeah, it looks better for white because the pawn on c4 is kind of loose. It's very easy to attack, and it is indeed under attack right now.
You can play this. I don't know. I would like to play d5, but I don't know if it works. Take. I take it. You take with the bishop. Let's say I take. Queen takes probably.
It looks quite clear.
Yeah, because if you take here, this might be better for me.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, maybe c5.
C5, yeah. I think that's the best.
I could take this and claim that I'm going to be a pawn up, but you might attack this knight. And now, if I come here, you just collect the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So that might be slightly awkward.
I see. I guess before we continue checking on the open schemes, I think this is our cue to our first break.
Okay.
Okay. So, dear viewers, don't forget to send us your question, and Fishy and Anand will answer the selected questions. And yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we will be back after a short break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
And we are back into the second hour of the Game 2, Round 2 in the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023. I'm Irene Sukandar and I'm still here with the 5-time world champion, Viswanathan. So, during the break, we have one update that in the women's section, one game has finished. That is Zhu Jiner versus Francisco. And the game ended with a draw. And it means Zhu Jiner is through to the round 3 and is waiting for the winner of the match between Solakido versus Osmak. That's it?
Yes. Sujina just repeated moves and her opponent didn't really gamble, maybe because the position doesn't permit it.
Yeah.
And that must be quite a nice thing, just to have an easy passage to the third round.
Yes, and yesterday she also had quite a very short game. Like it was a very quick game, a victory for her, and another quick game. So I'm sure, and without any tiebreak, she must be very well rested right now.
Yes, and now she has a rest day today. She has a rest day tomorrow. So
yes. Okay.
good for her. Okay, let's look at some chess. Magnus Carlsen was able to. Most Benonis are normally played in knight f6, but knight e7 is something for, let's say, connoisseurs. And h6 takes bishop f4, going straight for the pawn. Levan
Sacrifice the pawn.
happy to sack that, and this is the current position. So I'm assuming that black will have to take here, because if white plays this move somewhere, the knight on d5, supported by these two pawns, it's almost impregnable. You could throw in g5 somewhere and then take, but I think bishop takes c3 is essential. It's slightly unbalanced, but I don't feel like... Actually, black has enough of an interesting position and maybe he got what he wanted. And Pansulaya is clearly very experienced in this kind of position, so maybe he's happy with where he is. Okay, Hikaru equalized fairly comfortably, and I think a draw is looking fairly likely. I mean, you go knight e5, swap the bishops, and then both sides trade a pair of rooks and so on.
So we're expecting
we might have a tie break with a heavyweight, and that should be interesting. Fabi, very comfortable position. Only thing is, I think knight d4 is it forced, or maybe he could consider d4, but d4 feels wrong because I would go bishop d2. The knight goes to e7 and then play queen b3. And you see the light squares and the rook is in the... it's in a very awkward situation. I can easily take over the c file, so probably knight d4 is called for.
So it's looking good, yeah, for Fabi so far.
Is it that great for Fabi? I don't think it's bad, but why would he be happy here? You could take this and come back and continue, but black looks fine. But black is, of course, in a must-win position, so comfortable equality may not be much. I don't know. I don't see that it's... I don't see any real problems for black here.
Yeah. So what about takes on d4, e d4, and then goes knight d2? And then...
Sure. I would probably play rook c8 and try to put it on c3.
And then queen b3. Oh, yeah. Oh, queen b3, rook c... No. Queen b3, rook c3, queen d5. You can take on d3.
I could go here.
Oh, you can go there
and then
first.
play rook c3. Hang on. What is the move it wants? This.
Or you can play rook c1.
But then rook c3, no?
Yeah. Still rook c3.
And then maybe go queen b1 and eject the rook.
e4.
Except you can't really eject the rook because I'll just tell you to take it. So, but yes, white still has pretty decent light squares. Also, white could have gone to this very comfortable light square and just blockade it like that. So
Right. Yep. So we're still waiting for Philly.
maybe in fact then black should go about it like this, which is to, instead of knight d4, to take here and then play knight d4, just to unbalance a bit. But again, white doesn't even have to take it. So
Right.
or white could take it and play queen d3 maybe. No, then I have rook c8 with the idea of rook c3 kicking it. So I'm assuming Fabi is very comfortable here. There's no real problem. Maybe just in this kind of position, maybe just rook e1. And so even if you're taken, as I mentioned, so rook e1. And if you take, then we transpose in a way. And I'm threatening e5. Maybe that's just enough for white to be happy.
Yep. And the pawn on d4, even though it's a passer, it's not really giving any problem.
Yes, if you do this, then am I going to go rook a3 or e5 first? I could go e5 first. And then try to, even knight takes g5 and queen d3 is maybe better for white because my pawns are further advanced and so on. Okay.
Yep. Before we see the next game, there's one question for you. If you can really mark your player if you can really mark yourself as a player with a chess book or any chess books, what would they be?
I don't understand. Mark?
Yeah,
if I could take a chess book somewhere or read it. Or
no, as in like what chess books that really mark you as a player? Classical chess books, perhaps.
I would have to say my best game collection is probably the closest.
That's probably
my
true.
best game collection. Obviously, slightly focused on the positive side, but. That must be a pretty good representation of me as a player. So
yes.
So it was originally the 40 best games, obviously inspired by Bobby, and then it climbed to 60 games, and that's the addition out there.
There you go. And I have another question. Could you share a pivotal moment from your chess career that taught you a valuable lesson?
I think any number of failures would fit the bill. And maybe what I remember is sometimes the recovery after that. So typically I try to describe that when I finally got my Grandmaster title and I made 2 norms in a row. One I made the norm, second one I overstepped it even. Made a half point above. And then for the next 3 or 4 tournaments, I didn't come close to making a GM norm. So I often say that without the GM title as a motivation, I couldn't make a GM norm performance anymore. And so that maybe tells you a little bit about the importance of motivation.
Motivation
Yeah,
and
having something that challenges you. Let's say that is important.
Yeah, that's very important indeed. And we recently saw that Hikaru Nakamura just got married. How did it affect you when you got married? Like, did it affect your chess career? Did it really give you some gain or even some, I don't know, some of the newly married people, they even like drop their ratings.
Okay, so this is a good moment to drop some stories. There was something called the Dana Memorial, which was happening in Amsterdam in '96. And I think it was just slightly before my wedding. So all the participants signed a book for me. And in the initial page, I think they wrote, "Vishy, you were a good player."
Were.
Were.
In the past tense.
In the past tense, absolutely. And I think Aaron Pickett put in something like, "Are you ready to lose 50 points, 50 yellow points?" Smiley, obviously, teasing me. And I must have gained like 30 or 40 points right after my wedding.
Wow.
Definitely, I mean, I played in Dortmund where I had +5. very close to making it +6 in the last round, but I missed my chance against Mickey Adams, so +5, which was literally the honeymoon tournament. We got married and then we went there. And then a few months later, I played in Las Palmas and finished second. That was the super tournament, only top 6 of us. And so maybe not 30 points, but at least 20, something like that. And overall, I moved up quite high on I gained a lot of rating after my marriage. So it looks like that book was a bit too pessimistic about weddings and your chess playing abilities.
So for Hikaru, this tournament World Cup is his honeymoon tournament. So
Yes.
we'll see how he fares in this tournament, how far he will go. Because it will be interesting. His wife is also here. His second is also here. So he has all the help he needs psychologically, somebody that's close to him, but also technically.
Yes, Hikaru's got a pretty solid setup. I mean, same second for a very long time.
Yes.
And they... at least 10, 12 years that I remember.
Oh.
They've been very close. And it's worked brilliantly for him for the most part. Of course, I believe he trains with a lot of others. And also, he definitely is playing every title Tuesday probably. But as we
But not
mentioned
the last
earlier.
one, actually, yeah.
Okay. But... yeah, he's in good shape. I think these days he's quite happy. He's quite relaxed. As he himself mentioned, he doesn't think of himself only as a chess player,
But also a streamer.
as a streamer and so on. So I think that helps him be slightly detached from the results, which seems to work very positively. Last year he qualified for the candidates in great style. Missed the chance to play the World Championship only at the very last minute, almost thing. Won Norwich's this year, so he's able to combine these things very nicely, and he's the current number 2. Not live rating, I think, right now, but he's the current number 2.
Result, yes.
And that is phenomenal for someone who evidently streams a lot. So
Yeah.
he's able to balance it very well.
And he helps popularizing chess in so many ways as well. So, yeah, kudos for all the good job that Hikaru has been doing for chess.
Yep.
And I have one small thing, actually. Actually, it's not small. It's a big thing. Because Gukesh is he only needs less than 1 point to surpass you. 0.7 to be exact.
Yes. So it either happens today or he falls back 2 points. 1 point something or 2, something like that.
Yeah, it depends on today's result.
Correct. Must be 2 point something because he can't make 0.6. He can either make the full point.
Yes.
Yes, it is significant, though I have been informed that it is not in fact the first one. And though I don't recall it, but apparently Hari passed me once in the live list. So the real question is, will he be ahead of me on the September 1 rating list?
On the September rating.
That would be the confirmation or the exclam at the end.
Yes.
But either way, look, getting into the top 10. Yesterday he broke into the top 10, which is maybe more of a achievement because it's independent of when he passes me, but he's in the top 10. So just great year.
Yeah.
Do you know, nice trivia, do you know his first 4 decisive results this year were all losses?
Oh, really?
He started with -4, I think, in Tata Steel. And then recovered from there.
Recovered very quickly. I see.
Yeah, great stuff.
So I think one of the great lessons that I also picked up from chess is like that you have to recover as soon as you can, right? From one loss to another, because, well, you still have many games to go. And if you just keep dwelling yourself in the previous losses, then there's no really bright future for you. And I think Gukesh has been handling it very professionally, emotionally as well, right?
Definitely. The self-pity doesn't get you anywhere. I mean, it's an indulgence, certainly. We all like a little bit of it, but at some point you have to pull yourself together and get on with life. So,
in the modern chess preparation, we see so many in the top players, such as, for example, Magnus Carlsen. He's been working with some trainers like for his fitness, and also some nutritionists, and also we see some players also work with some sport psychologist. Did you do all these things as well when you were a world champion?
Well, I still do it.
You still do it, yeah.
I consult people about my fitness and so on. I don't use a psychologist, and I don't know specifically of someone, one of the other players who is using a psychologist, though probably a lot do. But they don't publicize these things.
They don't publicize these
they don't
things,
tweet
of course.
They don't tweet from the office.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting to hear more about that. Let's put it that way. I did not do it. I found that actually my wife was my psychologist in a way, because she knows you well enough, and she's able to put some sense into you from time to time. And we were traveling everywhere together, so almost in that sense, she was the ideal person to help in this area. And I did not go to a psychologist. But many things have changed. People are getting more and more specialized help, and I'm sure that quite a few people do use it. Though, as I said, I haven't so far read about it.
Yeah, they definitely use it, but they don't really tweet about it, as you said it. Yes. Oh, that's very interesting insight, Fishy. Thank you very much. And maybe we can take a look one of the games.
Yeah, actually, Fabiano basically saying, I don't need to do anything. I'm just going to not take the knight. I'll just play rook c1. Maybe I'll go rook c4. If you capture here, I have the most amazing bishop in the world, and you have a bad bishop. So he's quite right to do so. Probably black should start undermining, play a6 and try to break this pawn structure, because leaving it alone should be better for white. Hikaru basically offering a draw.
Yeah.
So if they want to stop now, they can stop. They'll still have to repeat 3 times, as far as I know.
Still repeat, yes.
But I'm sure that can be arranged.
Probably after some swap of the knights and with the queens.
Typically, there's some signaling that goes on. I mean, you'll do something like this, and then I would try queen d5 check. And if my opponent sensed my direction, he would go back. Then I'd go back to d7.
And then king g2.
King g2, and you go queen d5 check. Yeah. And so it's possible to signal your intentions. Of course, a slightly dense person might respond to queen g5 check with e4, and then the other one goes back rather confused, but there's no real damage done. But I expect that to finish pretty fast. I mean, Karthik has nothing really to play for in this position, so he has no reason to try. I think this is actually quite a decent...
Wait a second, we can see in the camera Hikaru is just Karthik just played queen e4 in that.
Queen d4, yeah. Let's go back.
Queen
Even
d4.
queen d4.
Sorry, queen d4. And Hikaru was thinking. Can we have the camera back to Hikaru, please? Yes, there you go. And he play g6, I guess.
They've taken on e5.
Oh, they've taken on e5.
Yeah, I think that queen's sitting on e5.
Queen d4 takes and g6.
Takes, and then he has played g6.
Yep.
Signaling even more.
Yes. H4.
Because even if you get queen c2, I have a perpetual with b8, e5, and so on. So
maybe we
h4, h5, and
yes.
I think
we can stay on this game for a bit, because I think we're expecting them to check their hands soon with some sort of repetition. Yeah, usually when nothing really happens on the board, you just walk around. But I think both players know that they will end the game soon. Yeah. I think Karthik played already h4.
Yes, h4, h5 has happened as well.
h5, yes.
So this should be the current position. I'm sure it'll be, it's reflected already in our board, and that's where we are.
Yep. And while we're waiting for that, we can...
Let's not wait too much. I think we can return to this if we think.
Sure.
I just want to point out that Vogar is trying to keep the game alive, but if, let's say, I take and then I go rook d6, perhaps he'll bring the knight here, bring it to c5. Alternately, I can provoke the exchange by doing that. But then takes, the knight comes to e3, and now potentially there's a weakness there. I don't know if it's really anything, because it's not after you put knight b5, I'm not really breaking through. But Bogar is trying to claim that it's not dead equal.
Yeah.
So let's see, let's keep checking if he makes anything there. Anish, I was expecting him to double the rooks on the b file and try to prove something there, but in fact he's gone off in the opposite direction. So much for that. So I think Anish is admitting that basically he's gotten nothing.
And we haven't really seen his stat from yesterday, so if we can pull up Anish Giri's stat, the statistics of Anish Giri from yesterday.
Okay. Yesterday he drew.
Yesterday he drew, yes.
Yes, and
no, I mean his whole participation.
Participation in the thing, yes. Okay.
If you can have it on the screen. Okay, we can continue with other games first.
This looks nice. There's a pawn on a4, but again, it's a useful thing. It stops the knight getting to b3, and the central tensions once it explodes. Black is able to bring his bishop to nice squares. Also, black can suddenly poke that rook with bishop g4 and then return to e6. Looks pretty comfortable for white.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, can I do this? You take, and then I go f4. Does that make any sense? Maybe it does. Actually,
yeah, why not?
What was
right?
his last move? Yeah.
Rook c8.
He went rook c8. Oh, that seems a bit relaxed. Maybe he should have played bishop g4, bishop e6 or something like that. More concrete. That maybe was a bit relaxed, because now suddenly I'm wondering how you play after f4. Because if you go here, then I can play e5.
And then g4?
Well, h3, g4
is
is an option. Also, I could go knight f3, knight d4. Oh, or b4. And if you take, I take with the knight, and the knight comes to d4. Suddenly, d5. Maybe Wesley kind of has attention flagged for a second.
Maybe. He's not really doing well yesterday either, right? We remember from his game that he's not making a really good decision on his moves. And today,
I hope he hasn't done a chessable course in this one, because then it's really getting.
I think he's focused on the white repertoire, not black.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so Wesley could be in a spot of trouble, and it is the second game, and he drew the first. Not a good situation to be in. We'll come back to that. Taimur continuing to keep his hopes alive. I mean, until black liquidates with c6, you never really know what's happening. But here that looks like a mistake, because it'll open the bishop, so you still need to prepare that move a little bit. You can do it to the knight c5, but then you can't chase the queen. You can play knight f6, but then you can't chase the bishop. So a knight can only be in one place at a time.
Yes, unfortunately.
Yes. Okay, but again, there are moves like g6 or whatever. King, g6 might be better than king h7. Gukesh, wow, okay, here. So very, very similar to what Wei Yi did, except the dark square bishop is missing.
Right.
So that must be a huge source of comfort for black. And if I play bishop e5 and thing. But the only thing is, this bishop is sitting in a very awkward square. It's blocking the g pawn.
And you would like to push that pawn, yeah?
What I really want to do is to play bishop h5. But I think that's why he stepped away with king h1, because then bishop d4 check would come at the end. But now what I really want to do is to play bishop h5 next. I mean, if you make some move like this, even here I can play bishop h5.
And queen h4?
Queen h4, rook h3, luckily.
Oh, right. There's support on a3.
No, then you play bishop takes h5, and maybe my pieces are discombobulated. But what I really want to do is to play this. Of course, I can also do something like rook e3 or rook e1. Because if you do this, maybe I have some spectacular stuff.
Right.
And then bishop d5, d7, you know, some.
Yep.
So I don't know, rook e3, maybe just rook e7 or something. Okay, but very interesting game to follow because white is getting what he wants. So, and black has the two bishops, so it's going to almost a struggle of two principles.
Right.
Let's see how that shapes up. Going to be a good game. Shaq. Okay, black has gone king h8. For obvious reasons, if you play f6, then you walk into every cheapo in the world. Maybe it's not the end of the world because I
After
have queen
queen
c7.
c7, yeah.
What exactly? Is it the end of the world? Not particularly, but anyway, prudent to get out of the way, I think. And yeah, there is Shakhriyar getting back on his board. Black has played king h8, so he's going to respond to that. Lenier Dominguez, obviously very comfortable with his lead. But black has also got a lot of space, and I don't know whether I want to take the bishop on d5 right, the knight on d5 right away, or first make some move. But it's annoying, even
It's
if
annoying.
the queen isn't actually threatening very much. But it's very annoying that I can't get my king out of the way,
Right.
because then the rooks combine, and that's really the dream.
And long castle is not an option, yeah, I guess, in this type of position. Or
I'd be amazed. I mean, first of all, I think white wants to take with this pawn and then come back here and keep the e file as hopes alive on the e file. Because cd5 would be a strange move to, because I could then play rook c8.
Yeah.
And then your queen seems misplaced if you're fighting with the c file. Okay, let's see what's happening there. Grishchuk. Interesting position because he's fighting against this pawn on d4. But at the same time, black has some space, and that should be nice to have. I would almost say white is better, but it might be very hard to organize an attack against d4. So even some move like rook a d8 is just playable. And then I can play h5.
h5 even. I was thinking of
some
h6.
knight g4 might come somewhere, and
right.
or h4. And
yeah.
you keep attacking this pawn and thing. Okay. Let's go back up and see if Karthik has finished.
They're still playing
What
apparently.
is Karthik doing? He's charging
King
up the board.
Wait, the king just went from f4.
Was he going to do a Nigel shot?
the king
king
march to
g5,
h6.
king march to h6. What is he doing?
That's possible. That's possible. I mean, the position is very, very comfortable.
This would be the
anyway.
coolest repetition if he went queen b7 check, king f4, queen e7, king f3 back. I mean, come on, queen b7 check, I have queen e4. But why is he doing this?
Oh, Nakamura just played something.
Queen
What?
a3.
Queen a3.
Yes, he's gone queen a3.
Okay, check on b8.
So, and now he's offering him a draw. He's going king g7. If he goes queen e5, he'll take the draw.
Yep. Yeah, they will just repeat the moves until, well, they're reaching 13th move, so they can over a draw at that point.
Yeah, but I think they will just repeat. Why bother offering one when you can just claim it? I think Hikaru's seeing if he can claim it now. Nope.
Yep, and calling the arbiter and waiting for the arbiter
But
to
you
be
have to
present.
admit, king f3 and king f4 was a show of strength, saying, I'm ready to face you in the tiebreak as well.
Right.
And that is nice. But,
Usually, during such a thing, the arbiter would ask, do you
by
do
the
you
way,
agree that-
in case someone in the audience didn't catch that, Nigel shot won a very famous game against Jan Timman, and has subsequently repeated on a couple of occasions of doing a king march like that.
I think it was from h2, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, h2, g3,
Yeah,
f4, and then
yes,
deciding the game.
yeah.
But there were other games as well where his king has charged up. So generally the slightly suicidal king, I mean, it's beautiful when Nigel won, but any king rushing off into the exits there.
You're doing a Nigel
you're
shot.
immediately doing a Nigel shot. But Of course, Karthik had everything under control and probably didn't really.
So there you go. We have our third tiebreak on the open section. So, so Hikaru
And
Hikaru
Fabi making
Nakamura.
some progress as well because he's got rook c5, maybe rook d5 next. It's hard to believe that black is really going to suffer, but even suffering starts in small doses.
Mhm.
So let's see. Jan. Okay, Vugar came back to d2, which is interesting because what he's saying is I need to defend this pawn at all costs. And so I need to defend that. And I would rather keep my bishop, which is a very sophisticated decision. Now I think rook takes a4, knight e3, bring the king to d3. I think white has got quite a decent playable position in the Petrov.
I see.
So maybe this is not that one-sided. I think white has some chances to press.
But if you put the knight on d3, can I play something like king g6 with f5 following f4?
Yes, you can. But with this structure, with my king defending those two pawns, whereas your pieces, your knight is going to be defending this a6 pawn quite weak.
Mhm.
And I have the chance to attack d5, maybe rook a5, attack the thing on thing. I would not open the king side because it would give white an extra area to attack. In fact, the question is how would white open the king side? But I like white's position. I think this, at least it looks good to me.
Yep, so Vugar sadly has to fight it out and force the match into tiebreak tomorrow.
Yes. Well, at least he's avoided the liquidation that typically accompanies the Petrov. And Anish and Nesterov are going for the same, very similar Hikaru kind of position here. And maybe Anish will do king f3, king f4 as well. So.
I think the boards are quite far apart, so
yes.
they don't know what happened on the other board. And meanwhile, we have another tie break in the women's section. It's between Gong Chanyun versus Asaboyeva Bibisara. We saw earlier on that their game was quite equalish. Yeah, and then they also drew their first game, so they will go on to tiebreak tomorrow.
By the way, I think this one is looking tiebreakish as well.
Yeah, it's looking like it.
And
Repkova,
because black is threatening bishop b7. If and also if white exchanges rooks, then you can take it and get the bishop out that way.
Basically a draw offer too, yeah?
Yes. So rook b6 current position, so we may have one more tiebreak.
Yeah, that is very
Obviously,
possible.
the top seed. So that's the women's world champion. Goryachkina though is pressing nicely, and she won yesterday. So
yep.
And she has a clear advantage today. So doing well. How's Koneru Humphrey doing in that Evans gambit that we saw? Oh, she's doing massively well.
Yeah.
Because suddenly long castle comes and then the G file is working to black's favor.
And the pieces are very well placed.
Lovely
as well.
position for black.
And we have also another result that's resulting in a tiebreak tomorrow. It's between MVL, Maxim Vahir-Lagrave, versus Valentin Draknev. They drew their second game, so they're going for a tiebreak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's quickly just scan the rest of the women boards. Alexandra Kostenyuk continuing with, she has played c5, trying to obviously undermine all these pawns. I don't know what white is going to do. You don't want to play c4 because when the knight moves, suddenly a4 is going to trap that bishop. So white has to sit still, but looks doable to me. Maybe some rook d1 just protecting that bishop.
Yeah.
And moving along. Okay.
So is it true that these days in the modern chess that if you play Marshall Gambit, it's like an indirect draw offer to your opponent because it's pretty much very equalish in most of the lines?
Many openings no longer offer white a very clear path to an advantage, and the Marshall is one of them. Of course, the Marshall, there are a lot of lines that you can try, test your opponent's memory, and check whether they have checked their lines till the end, all that kind of stuff. But it's very difficult. Most of the Rilopus lines I think with good play, black does have equality. So it's not like, or it's not even open positions. There are a lot of positions which is being solved very quickly.
Right.
Either correspondence or computer games. So.
Yeah.
Tan Zhongyi has made some progress here, but on the other hand, she's allowed, if you go bishop takes f4, I go knight e5, and black has some pressure against this pawn. And these knights, they look good, but they can also easily be attacked
Right.
with a bishop on d7 or something. So black's doing well there. Reizniece has gone e4. So clearly, if bishop e4, she's going to go rook f e8. I don't think I really want to go rook d4. And if I play f3, you take and queen c2, and that is also fine for you.
Yeah.
So that's looking equal. If you go bishop e2, you would have to take this
You
now.
have to take, yeah.
I'm just wondering how much compensation I have here if I go bishop b5 and d6 or something, but a pawn is a pawn still, right? Maybe I start with rook d2.
Rook d2, and then queen has to move back.
But you go to c5 and offer an exchange. Yeah, no, it looks equalish to me.
And Reizniece,
And Maria Muzichuk has allowed the famous exchange sack. Rook takes c3.
On
Let's see
c3.
where it happened. Yeah, I think it's coming along. She went f4, and then after queen a5, suddenly the exchange sack happened, and then queen takes c3. And this must be a great position for black. I mean, I can play rook c8 and knight c5. I can go knight c5. I can play f6 or f5, sealing things up there.
and what do you do if white plays bishop d3, trying to exchange this bishop?
Well, if I've played f5, then I don't care, because I will let you exchange the bishop and create some big pass pawns over there. I could go rook c8. But f5 seems like a decent thing to do,
F5
because I make you decide right away, are you going to capture an f6 or not, rather than leaving it for something else. But I like black's position here.
This
Okay,
could be,
let's see how.
could this be an upset game?
Could be. Could
be,
easily
right?
black could easily get into trouble. I'm not sure what is this b4. Okay, she wants to go knight a2. Revenge for the knight getting to a7.
Yeah, the knight is not standing well on a7.
Yeah. This is a nice way to think. However, what could black play? Could I go queen c7? But again, you see how horrible this knight is. I can't play knight c8 because the rook is behind it, and you
have to.
So I would
rook
have to
b8.
do this and then play knight c8 in order to be able to make this work, or I would have had to play queen b8. But the problem is the knight is also defending this pawn, so when it runs away, that drops off. Okay.
So it was a curious decision by Anna Muzichuk to play knight a7 instead of knight
Yes,
d8.
well, it facilitated b5, but on the other hand, it feels that black didn't really solve her problems.
So far, it's not looking good for the Muzichuk sisters this round.
In a way, yes. Both of them don't have very nice positions. And as we mentioned earlier, Shuvalova has put that pawn all the way there in d6. Now she can try to play a3, b4, and because the king is after all waiting there, so you want to open files to get to that king. Sarah has been given a nice shot at rook takes f3. I think you should take it.
You should take it? And then take on h3 or?
But it's true that these positions, these exchange sack, it looks good and these pawns look horrible, but somehow white puts the knight here and,
and stabilize,
queen f4 and thing. It's quite hard to make this thing. I mean, if black had already managed to play c6, that would be different.
Right.
But here, I don't know how you're going to go about it. Okay, and if not rook takes f3, what about bishop takes h3?
Knight g5, I guess.
Yes, and I go bishop d7. Is there a knockout blow? No.
Yeah. So what actually White has in mind? I mean, White allows this to happen. So knight e5? I mean,
Yes.
White's position is very comfortable, so
And
I
then
think
if I do this,
oh, if you do bishop e6, then maybe I can just take on c6, knight c6, knight c6, rook e6, bishop d5. Is it possible? Or maybe it's not enough.
yes, but I
it's
go
not
here
enough.
and then your problem is you need to move the knight to attack c6, but the knight is defending the bishop as well. So I'll
Right.
play rook a8 next.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the sack is not working.
Bishop h3, but even so, it doesn't feel. It feels like White should have compensation, but I don't see how specifically White is going to go about it.
Oh, knight g5. You play bishop d7.
Okay, let's. But the kind of the problem for Black is that she is structurally worse on the dark squares and everything, so she does have to solve the problem. Of course, if the knight moves away and she's able to play c6, but that has not happened yet.
Yeah, that requires more time.
Okay, so that should be a game that we should come back and check. Bela Kotanashvili, I think very comfortable blockade on the e4 square and
Space advantage.
space advantage, just very nice position. So Elizabeth Pate's actually just going to be a pawn up. So how did that happen? Let's see. King b8 happened. What did she do? Rook hd1, e6, king f3. And if b6, then bishop f4 is working. So if I go rook f5 check, okay, she did that. And she went back king e2. Oh, and Elizabeth Pates uses the fact that her
she won
opponent can't take the draw.
Yeah. Yes.
And so after this is quite nice for her. And White's going to be a pawn up.
Yep, g7 is falling.
Okay. So basically Elizabeth Pace using the fact that her opponent needs a win today. Okay, Xiao Zhu played this. Bishop attacking this. Then White's getting ready to control the d5 square.
Yep.
Nice position for White. Can't say anything there. Mary Arabitse. It is two bishops, and that knight looks strange on a6, but
It will take some time for the knight to... But where will the knight go? b8, c6? It's a bit awkward at the moment.
it was on c7. It couldn't have captured something on a6. Yeah, so it just went to a6 voluntarily because it didn't. She didn't see any other pathway. It's a very awkward knight actually because you want to play bishop c6, but then you can't. You'll have a problem with the second knight, and so I think she's just gotten it out of the way.
And then bishop c6.
Put it on a6 and said, no, she can't even play bishop c6 because I'll take on e5 and then take on c6. So this should be very nice for White.
Probably doubling the rook now.
Rook e2, yes.
Rook e2 or rook f1, rook e1.
Well, rook e2, I think maybe I'll go knight g6 and try to exchange that rook. Solves my problem for a minute before it reappears, but anyway.
So rook e2, knight g6, bishop g5.
Then I have queen d6.
Queen d6 first, yeah.
Because you've given up that square, right?
Yep. So probably just rook f1, then rook f1, rook e1.
Yes. Yes, rook f1 is a serious move. Or stopping knight b4 by playing some
a3.
yeah. Okay.
Yep.
This game in play, but
White's looking good.
looking good for White now because of this. I can even take the pawn. I can take it, e5, and just capture the pawn.
Right.
That's a clear pawn up. So how is Black going to play this? Maybe some queen b6, but Alina won the first game, right?
Alina won the first game.
Yeah. Let's see how Irina Krush is doing.
And Irina Krush also won the first game.
Right. So, and it looks solid right now.
Yes. But yesterday it was quite a match between them two, Crush and Ule, because there was a point when Crush was just so much winning and Ule just missed some chance to equalize it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So some accident there.
Some accident there.
Okay,
yeah.
she has
Some
now
trouble.
played knight e2. And so what she's trying to do is to maneuver even more. And the aim is to get to this square and attack this pawn. Black's pieces look slightly misplaced. I mean, imagine if that knight was on g6, it would have so many prospects. It could go
I
to
see.
e7 and so on. It looks very strange on e8, but I guess she'll maneuver around. Okay. Quickly, let's finish the women.
Maybe we can take a look at Vaishali's game, because yesterday, turns out they have a very roller coaster game. Vaishali was down.
Vaishali was down a rook and bishop when she won.
Yeah, but she swindled her way out and won in the time trouble.
Yes, and Vaishali is trying a direct hammer blow here. She's going e5. I don't know. Maybe she cannot simply hold the pawn. Wait a minute. If I do knight takes e5, you would do knight takes, right?
Yes.
I take with the pawn.
Rook c5.
Queen g5. It's ugly, but I want to play f4. I also want to go rook d1 and then rook d6 and things like that.
Okay, if you want to play f4, then let me play king h7.
Yes, no, I can play f4 because I can. No, I can't go to d6
there's
here, rook
f6,
c6. But
yeah.
now I can do this.
Yeah.
And then
that's
charge
all
up here.
yes.
And now now even f4 will work. So what we're discussing is after rook e8, if I have to play f4, how bad is this? Maybe, now it doesn't
bishop
work.
h6, bishop h6. No, before that, I think bishop h6. Oh, there's rook d6.
No,
Good
f6
play.
was just winning actually.
F6, yeah,
is just winning.
Whenever f4 comes, the f6 is
Yeah.
my idea.
So after rook e8, I don't have a way. Maybe then I have to play rook c1. Then bishop h6. I
Bishop
walk
h6,
into.
yes. And then rook c6.
And maybe I just don't have a way forward. If I had taken with the pawn, go rook f8, and then just rook c5, I guess. And so much for that. No, I have rook c1. It's still hard for you to take that pawn. Maybe you go queen e7, right? Or queen c7, yes. So it looks like black just equalized.
Yeah, or even queen a6. Or maybe
Queen
not.
a6, I might go bishop f4 and try to play queen g3 back, and then whether I'm getting something is another story. But I think the problem for black is that for white is that actually you'll have to play with the accuracy that computers display here, because there might be a very, very narrow pathway to keeping that pawn or getting an advantage. But practically it seems easier for black. And the advantage may also not be there.
Yeah.
So e5 looks like a pretty smart move.
Yep. Maybe we can.
Eileen Robers seems to have done something winning. Yes.
And
She just sacked the pawn, e5.
and
here we see
we have the
overloading,
result.
because if you do this,
we have the result on.
so
open
that then must have
section.
been must have been a draw, because
It's a draw.
Yeah.
And
do you see the point? This is
That's
a
right.
nice puzzle. If knight takes e5, she's going to go rook takes f6 and knight f5 check.
and then
Queen
queen
h6
h6,
check.
yeah. And mate is
And
coming
bishop
soon.
f6 and it's mate. So very cool move. Black went rook f8 trying to defend that pawn. White has just smashed through. And both ways you're lost. You do this, I undermine the piece that is defending everything, and the whole thing is going to collapse again.
Right.
So another superb move by Eileen. She played rook takes d5, which is very cute in the first round. So
Yes.
clearly getting the kinds of positions she wants.
Yeah. I think she's looking ready to continue to the third round.
Yes.
And we have a result on the open section. So Ian Nepomniachtchi drew his game and he's through to the next round, yeah?
Yes.
He's through to the next round. Or he drew yesterday. No, he won.
He won yesterday.
He won
right?
yesterday, right?
One sec. Hikaru drew, and Jan. Oh boy.
What's
Here I am.
happened?
I'm talking about how. In fact, I think Jan correctly, but I would have wanted to keep both pairs of rooks. I would have wanted to do this. And then put the king on d3 and knight on e3. But maybe it doesn't work practically. If rook b1 check, king d3. The computer wants to do this. And
Oh,
so it might be very concrete because I can't actually break through easily here.
you don't even have to play rook e8 first here. Just
Well, rook e8, I would play knight e3. Okay, so, but once you exchange one pair of rooks, then a lot of the force goes out because then it's safe for the king to wander out and so on.
Mhm.
Okay, so in fact, I misjudged the position. It looks to be simply fine. Anish
drew.
did draw, so he's through. Well, he's going to the tie breaks.
Yep.
Vidit is in the tie breaks. How many draws do we have already?
No, Anish drew yesterday too. So
Yes, he's in the
it's
tie
tiebreak.
breaks.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's right.
Sorry, I said through to the tie breaks, but
Yeah, through
that's not the right expression, of course. Yeah.
So we have have
Oh,
so
and
many tiebreak.
Khan didn't play f4, so in fact Wesley might escape this because now he can move his other bishop and.
Yeah, we have so many tiebreaks so far, and Wesley's not looking good at the moment, I guess.
No, I think.
Or
it's
maybe
still
it's okay
fine.
still.
I think now it's fine, but unless f4 is some sort of threat. But
Okay, I think we are good for the next break. Fishy.
next break, okay.
Yep. And don't forget to send us your question on Twitter. You can use the hashtag FIDE World Cup and tag us on FIDE_chess. And we will select some of the questions to be answered by Fishy Anand. So don't go anywhere. The battle still continue. See you in a break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back. Still with me, Irene, Sukandar, and Fishy Anand in the live commentary of the second game of round 2 in the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023. And during the break, we have some development of the result. On the open section, Maksudlu Parham has drawn his second game against Sulaimanli Aydin, and that means he is through to the next round.
So quite a few people are through.
Yes, but many tiebreaks already.
That's true as well.
We have 6 tiebreaks. Oh, and also another result in the open section. Ponomariov Ruslan also drawn his game against Dimitri Kolars, and they are going to play for a tiebreak tomorrow. Yes. So, any interesting developments so far, Fishy?
Okay, so here we see that Magnus Carlsen is playing Levan Pansulayan, and Black has just won a pawn.
Right.
On the other hand, after rook e1, that king can't escape just yet. So I would say slightly awkward, slightly awkward for Black, and easy to play for White.
Yeah,
so I think
I would say so.
Slightly unpleasant is the conclusion we can reach. Again here, White is a clear pawn up and has the better bishop, and the pawns are fantastic. So this is probably going to be a win for Fabi, which is then a 2-0.
Yeah. And meanwhile, we can see some stats from our world number 1, Magnus Carlsen. And there you go. I think he already cut his hair now. I think it's a bit shorter than it was before.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, so Magnus has played in the World Cup for 4 times. And yeah, in 2005, 2007, 17, and the last one was in 2021 in Sochi, and got eliminated by Jan Christoph Duda. That was
a dramatic match.
That was a dramatic match indeed, yes.
So very, very exciting match. And Jan Christoph went on to win the World Cup.
Win the World Cup,
so clearly it was no accident that he managed to win that game. Okay. Jan Nepomuceni drew. So it seems that my evaluation wasn't quite accurate. I was getting slightly optimistic with White's pieces getting maybe the knight coming to e3 and so on, but I think the problem for White is that the H pawn is going to be a problem. And once you've traded one pair of rooks, there's not much. It's not easy to break through anywhere. Okay, so Jan Nepomuceni comfortably through.
Yes,
in a double Petrov match.
Double Petrov.
Double Petrov match. Anish Giri drawn as well, also through to the tie breaks with Arseny Nesterov. Wesley, so in a mild spot of trouble, I honestly thought f4 was looking quite strong, but his opponent went b3 and b4, and which also looks very unpleasant
really
for Black. Black has this weak pawn here, this bishop is well placed, and so still some suffering for Wesley. Then again, as they say, if someone can hold it, it's Wesley probably. So we'll see.
Yes.
I'm beginning to like Taimur's position a lot. This bishop is opened up here. He has the open a file, so the rook can land on a7 in some moment. The dream position for White in the Zaitsev.
Yeah, I would think so. Yes.
And all the pieces are overloaded. Imagine for a second. He's gone bishop e3, make some random move. Well, king g7, I have rook a7, because then you can't play rook c7 because of bishop b6. You can't play, or maybe you can because you actually attack the other rook, but I mean, I could play rook e1 maybe, and then I'm threatening further
bishop b6
infiltration. You can't move the queen because it's defending this. Just seems like Black has to defend on all sides. I mean, at least if the a file was closed, that would be different. But with the a file open as well, it's got to be very, very. And they drew yesterday, so
Taimur is in it to win.
Might just clinch this one. Let's see how is Gukesh doing. Okay, we have an exchange sack.
Wow.
But once again, let me emphasize that this bishop stops a lot of the nice things happening in black's position. And if white plays c5, then there's a potential for huge pass pawn, maybe on d6 or c6. So quite some compensation for white, not the end of the world. Though the problem is going to be that if black starts attacking. So if I go f4, you go queen d4.
And what about exchanging one of the rooks?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the problem. I mean, if rook e6, the problem is you have bishop f5, and then I can't lodge myself there. So big win for Gukesh. If surprisingly his opponent
allows this exchange.
but the problem is he can't avoid it anymore, because if he goes here, queen h4 is very unpleasant.
So wherever,
and he's put himself in a position where things. So rook e3 might just have been a mistake, which allows this move bishop f4. And then, just out of curiosity, can I do this?
And queen h4.
Yeah, and then h3. I mean, this is groveling, but I will grovel. Queen g3, king g1, queen h2, and just pretend. And if you want, you can take the exchange here. But
Right.
nah, I don't think it'll work. I could always move the rook somewhere and maybe play bishop f7 and kick it out or something. I don't know, seemed like a reasonable chance at least. So where is the position? Yeah, he has gone f4, asking the queen where it's going to go. I think white may have to play
Queen e2
queen
or e6.
f2 to stop queen h4 maybe.
Ah.
Or queen e2,
Just to
which
stop the
stops
E8,
rook e8 rook thing.
rook
But
E7.
then if I go rook f5, am I threatening rook e5?
Then
Or can I play queen e6 check? Or
queen e6 and just king h8, yeah?
yes,
Rook e8 is the threat.
doesn't.
Yeah, so it's possible. Yeah. Queen e2, rook e5 is the threat now after rook f5. So, yeah, it's a good position for Gukesh.
Yes, and his opponent has made another move.
Yeah,
so
there's
we'll
some
just see
moves
what he
there.
has done. He's just played after f4. I just saw him do something. So let's see what move he's come up with. He's gone queen e6.
Queen e6, pinning the rook on f7. But you can just play king h8, yeah? And then bishop f5 is coming.
Well, you can play bishop f5 even without
Oh,
king h8.
even without, that's true.
And then what is his aim? After bishop f5, he'll come back queen e2. Oh, he's hoping that way black can't play rook e8 because the bishop will no longer defend that.
But do you think Gukesh will try? Okay, it's definitely better for black in this position, but if there's some repetition happening on the board, do you think he will take this chance and going to the next round easily?
Look, people change, but for me, Gukesh
Will not,
will not stop.
Yeah.
I don't think he even thinks along those lines.
I think he will just play chess.
He will just play chess.
Yeah, he will just play chess.
So,
There's
but
some
very
moves-
much on track to win this game. And if someone has to calculate and get the job done, it's this boy. So, queen e6. I'm curious what he has played because now Gukesh has replied.
Let me try to check.
I
it for you.
refresh this and see, but it'll take a second and then a move will come. Bishop f5, queen e2 has happened. So that's the current position. The only good news for white is now he can going to play c5. And that must be a big relief. So,
But at some point, you should try to take over the control over the E file, right?
of course, but how are you going to do it?
Would it be better to play bishop d7? I mean, you're not worried
Bishop
of this
d7,
exchange.
then
And then bishop takes and bishop g4 probably.
yes,
And then
takes. You would
e6.
have to take with the rook.
Yeah.
And then I go c5. And
Oh,
if I
yeah.
put it on c6,
Yeah.
it's... In fact, I think c5, c6 is a thing. I don't know if I'd go queen f6 to play queen c3 and start harassing you from the side. Or would I go rook c... No, rook c7 doesn't look very good. It feels like the wrong way to go for the rook. But maybe rook c7 is a decent move. Queen f6, though,
Queen f6, yeah.
looks
Steady.
nice because it allows queen c3 and then suddenly everything is breaking. I mean, let's see. So I go c5. What do you do? Do you take and then go queen c3? Or you can play queen c3.
Queen c3
and then
immediately.
I can't even play knight c4. I wanted to suggest knight c4, but there's bishop d3 as well.
Yes.
So this might be game over actually. Queen c3. It's just very strong. Queen f6.
So black still has enough time on the clock to calculate all the way. Still 30 minutes, and he just needs another 10 moves to make to the next time control. Yeah, things are looking good for Gukesh. I don't think we have another results coming in. I think everyone is still playing. Oh, we have a draw. We have a draw in Pragnananda's game against Maxim Lagarde. So it means Pragnananda is
through as well.
to,
So
to
that's
the third round. Yes.
Okay.
So he will have a very good rest day tomorrow, not having to play in the tie break. Yes, that's all so far. And so far in the women's section, yeah, they're all still playing, except the.
Okay, let's just see how the veterans are doing. Shall we check in on the veterans?
Yes. Would you like to check first?
Is Etienne a veteran also?
I don't think so. Still
he's a
in the
veteran.
verge. In the verge.
He's a veteran.
And no, he's still in the verge of the older and newer generation.
He is in fact a pawn down. So he's given a pawn on the e4 square, and then basically claiming that your pawns are so doubled, you can have the extra pawn.
Doubled.
Doubled, yeah.
Yeah. On C and E.
And white is trying to crawl out, but Etienne very. You can't really see white breaking through with these pawns, so it does look very much under control. Okay, but.
And whenever D4 comes,
I got distracted before getting to the veterans. So where are they? 1 second. Salem is probably.
they drew, yeah? They're.
No, Salem, he drew the first game.
Yeah.
But this one doesn't look good. I mean, that long bishop, it doesn't look good for Salem. That if d4 is coming and all. Maybe white has just enough play with this dark squared bishop. I mean, rook g4, bishop h4 or something, which maybe will keep it going, but okay.
Yeah, in the camera we see Boris Gelfand and Vasily Ivanchuk.
Vasily Ivanchuk in the background. Actually, yeah.
You
I
found
think
it.
we better get to their games, which is where? Kosovo. By the way, this is SL Narayanan against Kosovo, but looks fairly equalish.
Was this another Petrov with the knight c3?
Looks like it, right?
Looks
Yes.
like it, yeah.
Here we have the game, sorry. Okay. This is Boris Gelfand against Berkesh. And what we see is that white is a pawn up, but black has the two bishops, a queen deep in enemy territory, and not the easiest pawn to convert. So quite some technical details to be worked out still. Let's see how that goes. I would say white is better, but
Do you think
how
so?
much? Yes. It's an opposite colored bishop kind of better, which means that very easily black could exchange queens and it gets to a draw. But
a pawn is
for
a pawn, yeah?
a pawn is a pawn.
Yeah.
Also, white's pieces will need a lot of disentangling. And I think it's quite decent compensation. Maybe a small edge, actually. The more I talk about it, the less sure I am.
King g7 has just been played.
Okay, that was Boris Gelfand. This is Vasily Ivanchuk. And that should be a nice edge. After all, it is the two bishops, though black is extremely solid. So black's basic point is that his knight is well positioned to stop any advances in the dark squares. He can double the rooks. So let's say his next move is bishop f6. He'll play rook fc8, g6, bishop g7, and so on. I mean, something very solid in weight.
And do you know that Vasil Ivanchuk has taken up streaming as well on Twitch?
Yes. Oh, I wasn't aware of Twitch. I knew he had a YouTube thing, but I didn't know he was on Twitch.
He is also on Twitch, and most of his contents are very, I would say, very instructive. He would be like, okay, let's analyze very, very old games like in the 18th century.
Wow. Okay.
Sometimes he analyzes like Alakin's game, you know, Max Ewe and all these players.
Another one. So there are two of them in this tournament. Part-time chess players. Okay. Kollars and Ponomarev have drawn.
Yep. And
So that is a tiebreak as well. You
yeah.
did mention that. Ivan Cheparinov. What is this?
oh, we missed this.
Oh, we missed this game completely. Let's see how we
Let's
got
see
here.
here. Let's see how it
Okay,
happened.
so it was an advanced French. Bishop d3, the pawn sack one. Yes.
Yep.
So he goes for the pawn sack. Rook c8. Again, both sides trying to make every useful move. Wow, and a second pawn sack just to get the e4 square. So bishop c2, he's going to go knight e4. Oh, this might be a game of the day. Rook c5, knight e4. I don't know if there was a better move. Rook f5. I assume rook d5 doesn't work because of knight f6 check, right?
Or you could have taken. Oh no, you couldn't.
Yeah, well, I can't take it
Yeah, you
first
can take it
because there's
first,
no
yeah,
decisive
yeah.
thing, but I can collect the exchange like
Yeah.
this.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so he had to go rook f5, whereupon he insisted. So black finally conceded the point and went here.
Just trying to weaken the pawn a
Yeah,
bit.
and now,
yeah.
oh, he did not castle. He went knight e5, so white happily took this.
I assume if black castles, you can just move the queen to the h5 and then somehow try to attack the h file. Like in this.
Yes,
position.
you're right. I was just hoping that I would have enough time to get something, but there's a problem that it's not easy for me to play king g7, which I need at some
Yeah.
point. And rook e3, h3 is kind of beckoning. So maybe my idea would be to come back very fast, but
Yeah,
then
rook
rook e3
e3.
and knight d4, and I'm not fast enough
Mhm.
because rook h3 is coming. You're right, yeah. So he went knight e5, whereupon this happened. And then he took this. So his point is that after rook g4 check, he'll go king f1, but then very hard to meet
Yeah.
queen h8 because the rook has abandoned its sentry post. So, wow.
Queen h4.
Queen h4. So now let's see what's happening. If I were to take this, you would
Takes-
take.
Mhm.
Now,
You have to play queen g3 at some point, otherwise it's a perpetual, yeah? Or king f1, queen e1 later.
one sec. If king f1, then I would play queen d1 check. If king g2, I think your bishop c6 is
Perpetual.
going to be very, no, it's even might be unpleasant.
Oh, it's
Or
yeah.
maybe it's a perpetual. I don't know, but at any rate.
If queen e1, queen d3, b1 is hanging.
But wait, if you go here, I give a check, you go king h3.
Queen a
And king
queen f1, queen f1, queen f2. Collecting the pawns, probably.
I just block like this
Blocked it.
and...
Queen f6. I wouldn't just.
oh, bishop g5, queen h8, okay.
Yeah. Well, this is quite a mess, and
Yes, and if I go queen g4 check, then queen g3,
bishop c6.
and then f3 now, yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe you can take the,
24.
because if I do queen f3, you have queen g6 check.
Oh, maybe you have. Do you have bishop c6 here? Takes on f7 and then just king d7, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is cute. I do have a h pawn, but I don't
Yeah,
think it's going to
but
be worth
yeah.
it that much.
And also
Kind of-
c pawn is if we're going to the endgame, right?
Wait, I know how to get rid of everything. So I can do this. you come here probably. Then I get rid of the rook as well, and then I'm not that many pawns down or something. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think it's enough to, yeah?
Yes. Oh, okay. So if bishop g8, but is there anything other than bishop g8? Let's have a look. I can't see what, right? Because you're going to just take on g4. So this is becoming very interesting indeed.
Yeah. So, and they drew their match yesterday. So I don't know if any drawing chances happening on the board. I think one of them will take it and probably going to the tiebreak. But look, judging from the position, it is white who is in control. Yeah. What do you think?
It's hard for me to say. I mean, bishop c6 or queen g4.
Oh, a move.
And bishop
has been
c6
made.
feels very natural. Let's
Yep.
see what has been played.
Yeah.
Must be bishop g8 though. Yes, queen g4 checked. So that is what has happened.
Yes, so queen g4. I think white is thinking either to play queen g3 or king f1. Oh, in the Gukash game, it was queen h4. He didn't go for queen f6, which I think is equally good. But okay, this one
Well,
doesn't.
now I
have
play
queen
c5.
Yeah.
And I mean, that is my dream, right? It's the only thing where I have any hope of survival. If I play c5, maybe his idea is just to play rook f6, h6.
Mm-hmm. That's possible. Yeah.
Then I go queen f1, g1, maybe. Well, I've achieved my dream of c5, so it's got to keep me alive.
Mm-hmm.
If I play c5 now, what can you play? Will you go bishop d3? No, then there's no point. Yeah, I just go queen d2.
We'll come back to this after the one.
Too much excitement.
Too
I
much
mean, this game
excitement,
is this game is a classic. So is he going to go queen g3 or king f1?
So again, if queen g3, queen d1, king g2,
Bishop
and
c6
bishop
check.
c6, king.
Are you going to go f3? Why not?
F3, queen c2, yeah.
And then
You don't have anything with
king h3,
and then
queen
can I-
b1, queen g5,
Mhm.
and queen f5 check.
Yeah, there's a check there.
Right, okay. I mean, I still have a h pawn and a d pass pawn, so might not be the end of the world, but
But does he want to take this risk?
I think having come this far, you might as well take the risk. I mean,
But I mean, there's another chance for the tiebreak
Yeah.
tomorrow. So
that's true. Neither of them is desperate, so
yes.
they should be guided by the position.
Ivan has played. I don't know what he's, but I don't know what he moved. We'll have to move.
It's
Oh,
Yes, it
king
is king f1.
King f1, then queen d1, and now he should have his move in mind, but I think he's double checking
yeah, king g2. So
king g2. So it's
so
like
this
an
has
indirect
happened.
draw offer, yeah. it could be.
well, if
Maybe
queen
not.
g4, the king is already on. Oh right, queen g4, queen e4. This is
Yeah,
what we
that
looked
is-
at earlier.
yeah,
Queen
yeah.
f3, bishop c6, bishop
yeah.
f7.
Yes, queen g4 has been played.
Pretty fast. I mean, I would have spent at least some time on bishop c6, but though it appears not to go anywhere.
And Ivan is looking like, okay, where is the arbiter? I think they're almost going for the repetition or... Yeah, it's below 30 moves still, so they have to repeat the moves if they want to make a draw. And we have another result. Oh, Jules Moussart has drawn his game, so he's through to the next round because yesterday he won against Durar Bailey Fasif.
Oh, okay. So then he's through, right? Queen
Yeah, he's
g4
through.
check. If queen g3, you're going queen e4. Can I play something like f3? I know I've already suggested this, but let's...
Frederick Svane just got off his chair. I think It's up to Ivan right now whether he wants to.
Sorry, I
on.
wanted to play Queen H4 and pretend that I have a mate, but maybe Knight C6 just stops everything. I mean, the bishop is not on C6 yet, so I have that.
Also, there is Queen G6 and F6 if you want to.
Queen G6
Oh, maybe
check,
it's a bad idea because there's Bishop H7 later.
King H1, and if F6, then Queen H8 is going to be, and then there's a discovery.
That's so nice. That's really nice.
So you might have to play
Knight C6.
Knight C6, but then again Queen H8, same problem, huh? Yeah.
Or maybe you give a check for Son C2 and see where you go because there is F5, Queen F5.
Yeah.
You cannot.
But I was hoping King G3, Queen, but I am not really making any progress.
Yeah, now you don't have King H1 anymore, yeah?
Correct. And so Queen C2 and then
Queen
Queen G6. And
yes,
that's gonna be
uh-huh.
So in case you're wondering what we're talking about, King G3, Queen G6 check. I come back, Queen
And then Queen
thing, and
C2,
now the
yeah.
white king can't escape to the first rank as easily,
Mm-hmm.
which it could do after Queen takes A2 or something. So, Queen G6 check. Anyway, this is probably going to be a draw then, but what a dramatic draw.
Look at this game. White is just clearly better, but white is not going for a win. It's just going for a draw by playing this.
Okay.
And then probably just offering a draw so that he's through to the next round. So this is something that I was talking about earlier. Some players, even though they know they're clearly in a better position, a draw is what needed, and then they just simply offering a draw in a much better position.
I did this against Andreiken in Elista in the candidates tournament. No, not Huntimansisk. Sorry, Huntimansisk in the candidates tournament. And what happened was I saw my position was clearly winning, and if I won that game, then I'd already clinched. I would clinch the tournament right there. But the position was just chaotic enough that I felt that even though I knew deep down the thing, I don't remember how much time I had, and I just decided that I would take the draw on hand because at least it was a sure draw. In the other line, I might win, but there was a small chance that I would lose. And if I lose, then suddenly the tournament's wide open because I only have a half-point lead. So I decided to take the draw, and it later on turned out I was like +4 or something. And so there is that argument. Obviously here it's tie breaks rather than, after my draw I had a 1-point lead. So that's a different decision. But here they have a tie break ahead, but how much can you gamble?
Right.
Of course, in this position, Jules is much better if he doesn't play Queen C2. So that's a tough one because we are not. I don't think they're in time pressure yet, and so on. But maybe he just decided to.
So yeah, we're talking about the game of Jules Mussart versus Vasif Durabaili in the last position. I think after Queen C2. Yeah, white was much better, but just wanting to get a draw. Okay, I don't think we have any more result in.
In fact, Frederick is thinking about whether he's going to play Queen G4 check or
Bishop C6. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't tell. Has it happened in the game or what?
We have a result.
No, Queen G4 has been played. Sorry.
Oh, Queen G4 has been played. Yeah. By the way, we have a result in the women's section. So as expected, the first board, Ju Wenjun has drawn her game as well. So Ju Wenjun and Repkova will play the tie break.
Yeah.
And Pat Elizabeth also drawn her game, but since she won yesterday, so she's through to the next round.
Yeah, no tie breaks.
So no tie breaks for Pat Elizabeth. And that's it so far. Shall we quickly see what's going on the Magnus scheme?
Sure. Well, at least Levan got the unbalanced game he wanted, but I don't know. What would you play here? Queen E4?
By the way, Ivanchuk drawn his game.
Okay.
And he has to play a tiebreak tomorrow against Henriquez Villagra Cristobal.
Let's quickly scan and see where that is. And also check what Boris Gelfand is doing, because he was quite close by.
And Barker also draw. So you
Oh,
think
this is a very nice position. Let me just show this.
Mhm.
This is very similar to what Anish Giri did once,
Wow.
which is white can put the king on g2 with a complete blockade and then try to bring the rooks to this side. And essentially, this queen only will stay there blockading the pawn till almost the very end, when it will come by to clinch matters. The problem, it might be a question of timing. If I do this, I think you want to take and then play rook 8.
and King G2, perhaps?
2, rook 8-2, rook c1, and I don't know now if it's easy to claim the a file and everything, because everything is stuck here.
Probably you can put the other rook on E2 and then exchange one rook on the A file.
How? You want to play rook e?
No. I mean on that position that we are seeing in the last position.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook C1.
Yeah.
And then,
bring this
bring
rook.
the other rook to E2. Yeah.
Yes, maybe. But anyway, I was reminded of this Anish Giri game against someone, maybe it was Aryantari, that he put his king on g2,
Mhm.
blockaded here nicely,
Mhm.
and then it turned out that this pawn structure, well, it's good compensation. Unless you're breaking through, you're kind of stuck. The problem for white is, of course, he cannot do this because g2, and then rook g3 and h3, and that's a different ball game. But in case you're wondering how we got here, this is that pawn sack line, and they just push, but white does this.
Mhm.
Black goes for the pass pawns, and that's how we got to this
Mhm.
position. But okay, fascinating line actually, I must say.
And they drew their game yesterday, so. But it is very interesting to see how they're fighting, even though they're not very desperate in
Yeah.
getting any victory. Let me check if we have some development with the not Ivanchuk, Chaparinov's game. It was Queen G4 again. This is happening.
Oh, Chaparinov is the drawing then, it seems. Fabi is looking very good. I mean,
Yep.
rook c6, bishop f4, whatever you want. So that's looking over. Magnus has gone knight c6. Okay. What do I want to do? Queen b6, queen e, d7.
Queen B6 and you knight E7 or
Because I'm getting a free transfer to f5. Oh, queen d7, knight e7 might be winning the exchange.
mm,
I need to go here. And I guess this must be pretty good compensation. Again, Magnus is very safe here, and maybe his initiative will actually clinch up. But it's much harder for black to defend this, right?
right, yeah.
So
And how to use the rook on H8 as well, right?
yes. So this is a very nice position for Magnus. Sometimes playing your best game is the best strategy for clinching, then going to the next round.
Yeah.
All this strategy and so on is very nice, but you just want to play a good game sometimes. So Magnus likely to win, Fabiano likely to win. So all of them are going through. Wesley, is he over the worst? This can't be very big, but I still see that this pawn is awkward.
Yeah.
So
The source of the suffering.
he's still not out of the woods. Taimur has won a pawn,
Mm-hmm.
but black has taken the A file. Still a huge advantage for white. So Taimur a favorite to pass through as well. Gukesh has played queen f6. So
Mhm.
now, yeah.
Yes, we
Oh,
also
white
have
played king g1. Why
Yep.
did he not play c5? Because I thought that was the... Is there some trick I'm missing? Rook e7, rook e8, something? Or is it just rook... Oh, g5. Okay.
G5.
And
This is
suddenly...
something, yeah, something that you'd like to do before as well.
Yeah, so king g1, hoping to have a queen f2, but now he swings back.
Mm-hmm.
And white is in quite some trouble. If I go queen d2, probably you play rook e7.
And we have some other result in the women's section. Aulia Medina Warda has drawn her game, so she's through to the next round. It's quite a big upset
Yes.
for Sarsadat Kadamalsaria.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This one, they're repeating for the... Oh, queen g3 has happened or what? No. This is the current position, sorry. That was our analysis. So, and queen g3, queen e4, we saw. There's probably a draw. And, but he has the option to just play king f1. So, Ivan Cheparino will invest quite some time here, and then he'll have to make a call one way or the other.
Yep. What do you think they will do? I think they will go for the repetition.
Yes. Well, he will simply calculate it, but I mean, he's going to hit on bishop f7, king d7, rook b7 maybe, which is the argument for saving the game, but not really for being having an advantage. And then he might decide that it's not worth, and that king f1 might be a good bailout.
Right. Oh, we have some very interesting games again. What was the game that we were looking at before? That was very interesting as well. Most of the games, I've been just trying to quickly check if there are any interesting.
This is a very
decisions.
interesting decision, right?
This
h5.
one?
Because after g5, he'll put the bishop on g4 or play rook c1 and then play bishop g4, and then the rook will harass white king from g1, f1, something like that. Looking for... Maybe we shouldn't talk about a game we aren't playing. Yeah, so we're talking about this game. That if white plays g5, then I think black can go maybe rook c1 and put the bishop on g4 and try to harass the white king from the last rank. g5 has happened, so we're going to find out soon enough.
So the fact that the pawn is on e4, I guess, yeah, it determines the evaluation of the position.
Well, let's try if rook c1 here. Maybe I can start with rook b8. Sorry, I can just take the pawn maybe with this. Because then you're not in danger of... you can, of course, go for 4 versus 3.
Right.
But bishop g4, rook takes e4 is very strong. So you would have to go for 4 versus 3, which might be enough. So this is the current position here. And here we are getting the plan, king f1. So after king g2, we'll have to see how white can break through here.
Yes. I think AB is on the board. They just played a few moves.
Okay.
We'll see it in a few seconds.
He's gone queen g6 against Magnus. Already queen e4 is a problem, right? Because in fact, black is not threatening to capture that. So this is Magnus's current position. And after queen e4, how do you stop queen e7? Oh, you just go bishop f6.
Meanwhile, we have another result. Dominguez has won his game against Yannick Igor. So he's through to the next round.
Okay, just a clean 2-0, right?
Yeah, clean 2-0. Yeah, so good compensation. Actually, it's not compensation. It's just advantage for white in
Yeah.
this position.
I think bishop f6 more or less the only move. And how does white win this?
B4.
No, now it's defended on d8, so queen takes f5.
Ah, that's right.
You might survive with rook takes d4, but I could always play knight f5 and the same problem.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe bishop e5 actually. Because you can't play rook e8.
Yep.
And
H8 is hanging. Yeah, bishop e5 looks good. You cannot really move your king yet, so yeah, black is in so much trouble.
yeah. He's gone further down. He went bishop c7. At least it looked like a longer bishop move to me. You know, your historical tidbits once. Botvinnik, Max Irvey was a very difficult opponent.
Mm.
And at some point he had a negative score against him. But he is said to have trained for Irvey, and he studied Max Irvey's games. And he came up with this insight, which is quite curious. He said whenever Max Irvey has a choice between two queen moves, he'll always take the longer queen. Yeah, it's actually worth checking his games and trying to see if we hit the same insight. His point is, if he can play queen e2 or queen h5, he'll go queen h5. And the legend goes that he was able to use this insight. I mean, I suddenly thought of it. I was trying to make bishop e5 work, and then Magnus goes bishop c7. And I thought, okay, of the Botvinnik story. But did bishop f6 happen? No, he's gone bishop c7 without queen
Without
e4.
queen e4, yeah, without queen
Okay,
e4.
so he's gone bishop c7, yeah. And maybe that's also very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's also very good. So, in fact, it's much easier, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and he's looking very relaxed compared to his opponent.
yeah, well, his opponent shaking his head. I think he's realized he's lost it.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's game over.
Yeah. Oh, it's quite a good game for our world number one.
Yep.
Yeah, good pawn sacrifice with so much compensation, and in return having a very huge advantage in the end. Yeah. And he's moved.
Something, but
Rook something, yes, rook somewhere.
rook d7.
Yeah.
But now what happens after queen e4? I mean, queen 8, queen e8, everything is there.
I think he just played it and,
Yeah.
and see what coming next, and probably
Correct.
ready to resign.
Sure. And Fabi is looking at this from there. So
Yes.
queen e4 is going to clinch it.
Queen e4 with the queen e8, yeah. And, oh no, what was that? Rook e8? Did I say it correctly?
Oh, that's beautiful. He's going to go queen e4
Queen
check
queen
and queen
A8.
a8 even. Okay, that's very
Nice.
nice.
Yeah, that's a good,
That's a cute combination.
yeah. And it ensures checkmate.
Yes. Oh, that's lovely.
Yeah, nothing
So
stopping
you can
it.
see that he's in top form. He's picking
It
up
is,
on every
yeah.
move.
And after king takes, queen e4, even knight e6. you
Doesn't
can
help, correct.
Yeah, you still can
That's a
play
good
queen
one.
A8.
So what we are saying is that if the king moves, then you have queen a8.
Mm-hmm.
But if knight e6, which protects the d8 square, but it also allows this rook to participate. So after this,
Yep.
knight d8, I'll make this cheesy move.
Yes.
And it's made.
And we saw, yeah, the game has ended,
Yeah.
and Carson won in a very fashionably style.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a cute move, rook e8. Yes, we
Yes.
missed it.
Yes.
Yep, and it means Carson is through to the next round.
Right.
Also another clean 2-0.
And Raja is really moving in for the kill, and I think that's game. Oh, in fact, he's already won. So let's just show this. Black forgot that the queen is again overloaded.
Mm-hmm.
It's defending two things.
Mm-hmm.
And Temur Rajabov hits with rook takes d6 and it's game over.
Nice.
Because if you attack the bishop, if you defend the bishop, I can even play rook takes g6 and it's just
Game over.
total destruction. So
He's through.
he's through to this third round.
So on
And that was an impressive win. And what's happening with Gukesh now? Okay, here we are with Gukesh. Now there should be a queen e3 somewhere in the horizon, right? Yes. So this is also going to be a win for Gukesh.
and after d6,
You go d6, you go queen e3
free
check. Not queen e5, by the way, because of queen d5 check.
Mm.
That would be a terrible mistake. But queen e3 check and I don't know if it's bishop e4 or bishop d3, but e4
Bishop
looks
e4
good
looks
enough.
good. Yes.
Yeah.
I like bishop
Because you
e4.
don't have bishop takes e4 and
It is
black
coming.
breaks through.
Mhm. Wow, so this could be a historic game for Gukesh.
That's right.
Yeah.
No, as I said, we'll just move the goalposts and say it's the September 1 list here. So
The September 1 list is what matters, yeah? Let's see if he can keep it up.
it's still a phenomenal result, and
Mhm.
we have to say, this is the way you do it. You don't just qualify for the next round. You do it in style, like
Yeah.
Magnus did, like Gukesh did.
Mhm.
So
There's
very
no
very good
stopping.
attitude, and
There's
yeah.
no stopping this boy.
apparently.
Yeah.
No, he's doing a fantastic job. And again today, he did everything right. I mean, I haven't really been following the game very closely, but let's just see how it happened. Oh, that's why the bishop went to g6. And how did this go on? Oh, he actually decided to take it like this, and then e4 happened. Okay, so now this
Mhm.
is how we got to where we were. I would have even preferred the bishop h5 here without f4. Because this rook is in position to stop any problem, so you don't really need to play f4. I would have gone bishop h5 and though maybe black can simply take it and play g6 and bishop f6 e5.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So if I do this, you can maybe just play this and bring the bishop out, and the
Mhm.
rook is free on the 7th, so might not be as good as I think. Okay, so very convincing win for Gukesh, and good calculation and finish.
Right. So Rajabov has won.
Dominguez has won.
Yep. Oh, Jordan Van Voorhis also has won his game. They drew yesterday, but it was looking quite like a drawish game, if you remember. But he managed to win it.
Against?
Adli Ahmed.
Oh, right. Let's have a look at that and see how it happened.
It's board number 28.
Quickly, let's see whether Adiban is making any... Oh, Adiban does have a good position.
Mhm.
I mean, there is this h2 pawn, and I don't see how... Queen f6 maybe. Queen h4, you have queen e4 probably. But I can go queen f6 and then rook h5.
No, after queen h4. Oh, yeah, queen e4 is there.
So let's say queen f6. I'm attacking b2 and f3. Might still be quite nice.
Hang on. After queen h4, you said queen e4 hanging. The f2 pawn is hanging. So would it be?
Yes. And c7 you have rook h5, right? Yeah. So queen h4, what would I play then? Because you're threatening rook h5.
Yes.
So that's queen c4. Queen c4 would
queen c4.
catch it, yeah.
Yes.
So I think maybe queen f6 and then still some possibilities to get through. Okay. Let's just see what's happening in Erigaisi against... it's true that probably this is a draw,
Mm-hmm.
at least. Well, it's a perpetual.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if white has anything better.
But black can try to stop it as well. Yeah.
Oh, after queen h5.
Like just rook c8 back.
Queen g4 or even... Yeah, queen g4.
Queen g4. Yeah. Or maybe the queen can go to, I don't know, a2.
Knight h5.
Knight
It's just,
h5.
there's
Yes.
so many distracting things. So probably you'll just take the draw and that's it. Yeah. So if that's a draw, then they're going to tie breaks as well. It has Sam. Sam looks just worse as black. Maybe his piece is actually he has rook b4 as well. So maybe his
Maybe not
position
so
is
much, yeah.
is not worse, but how is he going to win it is the question.
Yeah, after the knight on g5 and
Wait a minute. Actually, rook b4. How do you defend that h4 pawn? g3 exploiting the d7 square.
but f3. So is d7
Yeah.
hanging. F4, but I don't like making such a move. F4, g3, and
On the
then
other
the
hand,
knight
once
can
I
go.
have g3 and knight g5, then I
Yeah.
can. It's good for white, right? I mean, I've
Yeah.
nailed that thing.
But do you try to sacrifice the exchange?
But I
here?
don't see how black is going to be better here,
Yeah.
which is what Sam needs. Okay, Arjun Erigaisi has gone knight h5. So how are we going to work this one out? It might still be a draw. This is interesting. What should I play? Should I go bishop? No, if I move the bishop, then queen g4 is coming. I could take with the queen, but it's hard to see that. I mean, queen d7. So many moves are nice for white. What about rook takes c2? Also queen d7 again.
Yeah.
And maybe I should play rook f2 so that you're forced to take the draw.
Because if you take on f6 now, just rook f6, yeah?
Yes. No, but more to the point, I'm actually threatening something.
Yeah,
so
you're threatening
yeah,
some
trying
weight,
to
yeah.
make sure that we finish the game. But this, if you take king h1. This might be awkward. If you start with king h1, then actually none of my pieces are
Queen c3.
working. I can play rook, queen c3, rook g1 check. And then there's the queen going up the board as well, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you start off with rook. No, you can't even go rook c7.
Or rook d2?
Rook d2 might be it, but queen h5.
You need some this.
He has done it. So we're going to find out. Knight f6, gf6. I think this is what has happened. He has gone rook c2, knight f6, gf6. So we're going to find out.
Yeah, we will.
King h1, at least as an over-the-board thing, looks very unpleasant.
And Deak has also won his game, so it's on another clean 2-0 for him.
Okay. Against whom?
Acosta Pablo Ismail.
Okay.
They actually played until almost 150 moves yesterday. You remember that game when he's been better, but then after 20 moves, nothing's going on. But he was
Right.
still better. He maintains his advantage. So he tried hard until, I think, 145 moves, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see, this is actually kind of interesting. I play king h1. Over the board, how would you react as black? Suddenly you see rook g1 check in the air, you see queen d7 check. How would you play as black? Rook takes f2, doesn't work. Rook d2 almost seems like the best by elimination, right?
Yeah, but you can just move your king to f8. Let's do it.
But then queen d8?
Yeah, then king at f7 whenever you play rook
Rook g1, yeah,
to
rook
rook
c1.
c1.
And if king f7, I go rook g1?
And you'd like to play queen.
I could go rook d2, you go queen g4, and then I try to go king e7 and my rook is covering something from the side. But it doesn't look easy at all, does it?
No, he has to come up with the best defense here.
Yeah, and even the continuation, I would not even be sure what I'm entering. And I think Sergey was feeling quite confident 1 or 2 moves back, but suddenly this feels like a horrible test of fire.
Yeah.
That you have to suddenly calculate it very well.
And he's down to
3.5 minutes, and
yeah.
his opponent has 23. I mean, Arjun taking his time. If there's a win, it's important to find it. Or did he play king h1? Or is it
No,
he's
still
not played it yet.
He hasn't played
So
it.
I'll put it back. This is the position right currently.
He's taking the 40th move. This is a dangerous time. Usually,
Yeah.
sometimes you make some mistake on the board. Oh, he's done it.
He's gone king h1.
Yeah, king h1 is on
Okay.
the board.
Fasten your seatbelts. Let's see what's happening.
Oh. Yeah, Azarv is thinking so hard. King h1 is kind of like obvious, and I'm sure he's expecting it. Yeah, this is interesting position. How to stop this? We have rook d2, but rook d2, then queen h5, right?
And still rook g1 is in the air. After that.
That's true. Yeah, bad news for Azarov. This is his 40th move, so he has to make a move
Yes.
within 3 minutes.
This might actually, as a practical decision, this might be game over.
He needs to be decisive with such a short time.
Yes.
Yeah, queen c3 is
I
not.
wonder if queen takes c2 was easier. But it would run into the same problem probably.
Takes f6 and then gf, and probably we can play queen. Yeah, queen d8 first.
d7.
d7 also.
Rook takes.
I think you need a
E4,
tempo. Yeah?
yeah.
Maybe give a check first,
Yes.
and then in this position even you can play rook e3.
Then I have rook c3. I think king h1
there's
is still
rook
your preferred
king
method
h1.
to get
Yeah, that's right.
inside. But it's true, after king f7 you have to give this check. Because if you do this, then I play rook d4 and suddenly you're messed up.
Yeah.
But after queen d7 check, where do I go again? Do I go to f8? Do I go to g6? If I go to g6, then king h1 maybe? Or is rook takes e4 working? Or is it queen takes f2? What is the move here? Because rook g1 is a very strong threat. Rook g7, but this is scary as hell. What has he done? He's played something and
He's played
made
something.
his. So let's see.
Yes, let's see. It will be updated.
King h1,
soon.
it'll be updated in a second. And since he now gets a big time boost, he might as well get up and walk. King f8.
King f8. So that was the move that I suggested before. But
Yeah.
we saw king f8 isn't that sound?
So I go rook g1. Now I'm threatening
Queen
this.
d8.
So, I mean, we kind of bounced on this idea. I mean, either after queen h5 or queen here, I come here and I try to shelter behind that rook.
Yes.
You go forward and you
Queen
do it.
f8.
Try to do it with check.
Mm-hmm.
We saw this almost the same thing with Anton Korobov,
Yeah,
right?
yesterday against
Yesterday,
Saga.
and once again there,
Also, there is a
this
b
pawn, the b pawn,
The
and
b-pawn.
hiding, and the king trying to shelter behind it.
Yes.
If you play queen takes f6, I'll probably go queen d4 or something. I mean, the most important thing is to centralize, and now the king is not out in the open. It's got a few trees to hide behind, so
And after
it
queen
might
takes
just about
e6.
king b5, I guess.
King b5, I just. Yeah.
But I've all got my own resources. Queen takes e4, queen takes f2, whatever. And even rook d1 might be in the air. So king f8 is a good move.
King f8, yeah.
Let's just check the computer evaluation. Computer says it's a good move. So I think it might be this plan, where rook d2 and then the king uses
Yeah.
that to escape down the d file.
There is no other way. The king cannot just
Yeah,
stay.
the problem for white is that if white does this, now rook c1 is going to swap the rooks.
Right.
But wait, if I go king e8, you take this, then can I play rook takes f2? Yes, I can, because I have got rook
Yeah.
h2 check. Okay.
And
And I'm defending f6 by
Yes.
conveniently.
and white
So-
has to just make perpetual then.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so we will come back here because I think there are still a few tests to be had.
Grishchuk drew So it's a tiebreak for him against Daneshvar Badia.
And Wesleyan's still in big trouble. I mean, this is as great a pair of bishops as you ever see. And there's a b-pass pawn.
Oh, yes.
So,
Yeah. He hasn't been playing well since yesterday.
yeah.
Yeah, this could be good news for him. He might get knocked out on the first match that he plays here.
Yeah. This does look like a very difficult position. Okay. Oh, this is still going on. Gokesh's game is not over. It's kind of, I don't know why I assumed it was over. But it probably is going to be over fairly fast. Yeah.
Mhm.
So Gokesh winning this one.
And another
Let's see what Shakhriyar is doing.
another rating
Is he
favorite.
getting into trouble? I mean, this king is rather, and there's a long diagonal there. And what's going on with, can I play queen takes c2?
And rook f8.
Oh, it's white's move. That might be helpful. So, might be a useful
Sorry.
thought. Okay, so, I don't know, bishop f5. Just block the thing. But then I can take a knight e4 maybe.
Wow, black is looking good. And this could be a very big upset.
What did they do yesterday? Was
They
it draw,
drew,
right?
they drew.
Wow. Another big upset. The local hero.
The local hero.
Shakhriyar, yeah.
Yeah. Tin Jing Yao is currently aiming to be the first Singaporean born with a 2600 ELO.
That's huge for Singaporean chess.
Yes.
I mean, no disrespect, but I never, there's never been somebody from Singapore significantly playing the thing.
Not 2600,
I mean,
except they had once, it was Zhang Zong.
Zhang Zong,
but yeah, he moved from China to
Right.
Singapore.
And I remember Wong Beng Kong and
Yes.
these players,
Mhm.
but this would be, I mean, someone defeating Shakhriyar. Okay, let's see. Shakhriyar is nothing if not resourceful, so there's
Mm.
still a few things to be done here.
In the first round, Tin Jing Yao won against an experienced player, Vladimir Baklan from Ukraine. Yes, and now he's taking on Mabedyarov's Shakhriyar. Yeah, this could be huge, and he has more time on the clock as well.
8 minutes to Mamadyarov's 4.
Eight
Okay, and
moves to go.
Shakhriyar has played bishop d3, so that is the current position.
Mhm.
Now the question is, how do you go about this? Do you play bishop c6, queen d5, possibly knight takes h3? I don't know.
This still looks quite a mess. Yeah.
Yes, it's not at all clear. I mean, black may well be better, but it's not at all clear that it's breaking through. Let's stay with this one until something else comes
Sure.
along.
Sure.
I don't see anything wrong with knight h3.
Oh no.
What happened?
Adiban drew that position when he was better. Remember, we were talking about queen h3 queen h4. He drew that one.
What did he play?
So it means
Oh, this one, yeah.
so it means yeah. I think you shouldn't.
Oh, queen d5 and then queen e4 happened.
Yeah. And once the queens exchange,
Yes.
there's nothing much happening. So it means Dubov is through to the next rounds because yesterday Adiban lost. Yeah, there's some interesting development. And Wang Hao as well. Wang Hao has won. So
So he's through.
He's through. Yeah, they drew. Jumabev and Wang Hao drew yesterday.
Okay, and here we are with Arjun and Sergei Asarov still thinking. So we'll get a result there. Oh, Wang Hao won, as we
Mhm.
pointed. Okay, that's game over. Paco Vallejo against, but his, if anyone's, is huge for white.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of extra pawns.
And the pawn on c7, c6 is also a good pawn.
Because it's very hard to capture.
Let's see if we have some updates on the women's section. If you want to see a few more games.
Yeah. And then we can return to think Shakriya's position first.
Harika has won, so it's a clean 2-0 for her.
Yeah. Goryachkina is pressing well with her extra pawn. It's not much of an extra pawn, but Koneru Hampi is significantly better, but it's not yet over. Marianne Gomez draws against Katrina Lagna.
So it's tiebreak.
That is Katrina Lagno, and that is a semi-upset. Because Katrina is much higher rated, but creditable performance.
Right.
So she's through to the tie break. Very good. Is Kostenюk's trouble?
She was in trouble. Is she still in trouble now?
Yes. So this Marshall thing didn't quite.
Yeah, it didn't
nail
quite
it.
work out for her.
But let's say I go Knight F8 here. What is the winning? Oh yeah, just any move, right? I just saw that Queen H4 is available, but
Jarfakishvili Lela drew, so she's through to the next round against Munguntul Batuyak.
oh, this is beautiful. Tanjongi, you want to see this?
Oh, Queen D7.
The Queen has covered all the important squares, but Queen D7 check is a very pretty finish because if King D7, then E8 Queen, and it's going to be mate. Wow. Okay, so that's a very pretty win. Coulon Claudia actually putting on the pressure here. Look at this. She's gone Rook C7, but if I take this and I go Rook C5, you go what, Rook D6, A6 or something? But no, black is fine here.
Black looks okay.
Yeah. I go Rook D6,
King
King
E7.
E7, Rook A6, you take this, I take this. Okay, probably equal.
White
but
is
we'll see.
pressing,
Yeah.
but not sure if it's enough to win the game.
Maria Muzichuk has recovered significantly and now is better here. So that's a turnaround. Anna is doing okay now. So I think both of them have solved any problems that they may have had. Harika won. Let's quickly
Yes.
see how she did it. So in this position, she simply, I'm not sure why d takes e5 wasn't played, but then I can just go rook a d1 or bishop d5, right? Bishop d5, and now this is of course just pure pleasure. Queen d2, knight c4, just very clinical.
Yeah.
And it's everything, everybody's flooding in. So if g5, you might just point out that knight e5 takes away that square, and then queen h8 is going to be
F5
made.
is also hanging, yeah. So there's so many things.
Queen f5 as well. Okay.
Yeah, so many things.
So Harika's through. Shuvalova looks messy, but maybe it's good enough. We mentioned that Sarakadam drew. So that's a big upset.
That's a big upset, yes. For my
Compatriot.
country women, yeah.
Bella Kotanashvili. Oh, this is huge as well because these pieces are
They're not
just
working.
not
yeah.
working, and this pawn
They're
is going to
coming back
collapse.
to the
and then-
original squares.
Correct. Never a good sign. Okay, so that's a very professional performance. Here, white is an exchange up and is trying to convert that. Black has decent compensation.
And Bashashvili won yesterday, so she just needs to hold this.
Oh, so then this is quite exciting because I think black is by no means out of trouble.
Yeah.
And so this, we should monitor to see if it becomes a tiebreak or not. Ellie must have
Ellie
drawn,
won.
and yeah, she was just a pawn up and cleaned up here.
Yeah.
That's a draw as well. So they're playing
They're
tiebreaks,
tiebreak,
right? Yeah. Carissa Yip won.
Ooh, and it forced the
Forces
match.
a tiebreak.
to
Oh,
the
so
tiebreak.
that was
Wow.
looking much better for white. What happened? Oh, here it's already Uh, something went wrong around about here.
Yeah, this. Takes. Okay, queen d3.
Oh, then I think I might have skimmed over this position. One sec. Oh, then this is just a blunder. Also, white could have just taken on f6 and gotten it over with.
Mm.
And then cb5, ab5, knight f1, and you just have this clamp. So even if you're a pawn down, it doesn't even matter.
Mm-hmm.
So something like this is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and then just
Get this over with,
controlling
and then
d5.
just knight f1 and bring it here and land something here. And if you have won the first game, this is a way to
Yes,
clean up, right?
to seal the match. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so another tie break. This is a double bishop and a clear pawn.
I think they drew yesterday. Oh no, Arabiza won. So this could be another tiebreak because white
Yes.
is winning.
Then Corey is much better,
Mhm.
yeah. Irina crush. Her opponent still trying to make progress on attacking that pawn.
She has to.
She
Yeah.
has to, but she might actually still have chances here. So
Mhm.
very much in the game. Okay. That is a clear pawn. So I'm going to play bishop takes a4 next, and
Mhm.
yeah, that's a clear pawn. So
This could be another tiebreak because they drew their match yesterday.
no, but if bishop takes a4, I'm
Oh, sorry.
winning.
Bishop a4. Yeah, of course.
So,
Sorry.
I mean, my point kind of was that even if you do this and I take this, you do your normal trick, which is check
And rook d2. But then
and
there's
rook d2, but I have rook b4, and I am attacking this pawn, so
Yeah.
your line doesn't
So
work. Okay.
2 passers.
Javakeshvili just let off her opponent with a draw, maybe because she won the first game. So,
Yeah.
because she could play rook e6 or even rook a8, and maybe she's winning.
Yeah, she's winning.
Yeah. So
She's a. Yeah.
I think this is a game which is a lost opportunity. After
Mhm.
all, you get a few rating points. So
Yeah.
if you have to play rook a8 and then just push a pawn,
Mhm.
probably it's expensive to just give a draw like this.
Yeah, that's.
Or alternately rook e6, protect everything and then try. It's a free try, right? Wouldn't
Yeah.
you? So I think that was maybe a good decision. Vaishali, I think in no danger whatsoever. So she's probably going.
Yeah.
In fact, if anything, she might create a pass pawn on the queen side, but white's pawns are not doing anything here. Okay. Eileen Drobers won.
So
After
she's
that
through.
great performance, she's through. And Divya Deshmukh. Oh, much better.
Yeah, she's much.
I mean, I can even sack the exchange if I want, probably. But if I move the rook back, or rook h5 might be very strong. Is there any problem with rook h5?
That looks good. That looks really
It looks good, but equally
Mm.
rook b1 and then doubling on the h5 looks
yeah.
awesome.
The knight on d7 is quite
Yes.
awkward.
Okay, so that's big because
Yeah.
then Divya is so good for her. That is an amazing position. 4 pawns against.
Against the bishop. They drew their match yesterday, so
This is kind of crucial.
Yeah, although rating wise they're similar. I mean, exactly the same 2401, but it could be quite an upset. Sochko is a very experienced player.
Wait, if I do this, you have to defend this pawn, right? So you can play h3 or e6. Whichever you do, let's say you play e6, then I cannot take here because of f6. But then I'm in time with b5. And you're still paralyzed here. Even if you go h4, I go here. And for the moment, I'm holding you off. h5, then I play king g5 and I'm still holding you off. But the thing is, I now get my pawns on dark squares.
And now time to use the bishop.
And now you can't keep waiting with your king because I'll bring the bishop and give you a check. So what was the result yesterday?
They drew.
So again, well, I can't call it an upset. They have the same rating. But Monica has a pretty impressive record here.
Yeah, I mean, Sochko being 2400 is quite underrated for her.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get back to the men and see what's been happening.
And before we do that, I think we can have another break, Fishy. Yes.
I think that's also a good idea.
Yes, because the players just crossed their time control 40th move, and they're on to the last hour of the game. And we will be back shortly after the break, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
I'm joined here in the World Cup by Dana Reizniece. Dana is Deputy Chair of the Management Board of FIDE, and she's here for a small chat with us to talk about the World Cup and other decisions and projects that are in the pipeline. Dana,
hi.
How are you doing?
Hi, I'm happy to be here in Baku at the World Cup.
So first of all, are you rooting for any special player today in the second round?
Not really. I like the beauty of the chess and the dynamics of the chess tournament in general. And it's more or less so that only when few players are left on the stage, then you choose the preferences.
I talked to several of the players these days, and everyone is absolutely content and happy with the playing venue, with the conditions. What do you think about the hotel, playing conditions, the city?
I think the organizational level is, of course, great. I was looking forward to come back to Baku because Baku is a special place for me. Back in 2016, I was playing here at the World Chess Olympiad on board one of my country. Now, when I work for chess, I don't have much time to play chess myself, but I have a special sentiment for this place. So they know how to do the events, and this is another country where they love chess players. And I think chess players also feel that the respect, the love, the appreciation is there, and then you also feel like home and can concentrate on the game. And yeah.
So yesterday, Dana, I know you're here as one of the organizers, but also because of the FIDE Council, you take advantage of these big tournaments to meet. Any interesting decisions, any important announcements that you can tell us here in the interview?
Yeah, one of the interesting ones is that, the next year we will celebrate FIDE 100 years anniversary. So we will went through the program, but it seems that we will enter into the new century of FIDE with 200 members, because the council approved Tonga as the potential member. It's still to be confirmed by the General Assembly, but 200, that's a nice number. So one new thing was that we confirmed, the council approved 92 new school instructor titles. So now the educators also have the same status as the trainers, arbiters, and international organizers. And this is the result of our educational commission that provides the training, the new preparation of teachers courses, quality ones, great support, I think, for those federations, those countries that want to introduce chess in education. So FIDE calendar was updated. We've got many bids for the youth, senior, and other events. So the preliminary decisions were made on that, and many other formal items that will soon be published on FIDE.
Very productive then. Dana, recently I saw you in China in the World's Women match between Zhu Wenjun and Li Tingli. So how's China shaping up as a chess country with the 2 world champions now from China? What is your experience from there?
I think many more are to come from China. The rest of the world will need to somehow...
India, China and Kazakhstan.
we'll have to, yes, invest a lot because to keep up the same pace, because you see that there's the whole infrastructure there, and many resources are invested in growing the future champions, starting from the school chess, educational chess, to the top level preparation of their national teams. So we also visited Hangzhou, where there's a brand new built brain sports building where the national team of China, the chess team, is training 7 hours a day, you know, a very sportive regime. So the talents are really cultivated there. But the event itself also was really nice. I mean, two great personalities were fighting. I mean, they're excellent players, but also so humble, so nice, so outgoing, both Zhu Wenjun and Lei Tingjie. And the quality of chess was great. Those who were following the match, I think, noticed that. And there were some comments like, okay, they play real men chess. No, they don't play men chess. They just play
very good games, actually.
Very good games. And, you know, to keep the level for such a long period as the match itself, that's something I appreciated a lot.
So just before the round today, there was an announcement and a prize giving of the Queen's Festival. Tell us a bit more about the Queen's Festival, what it is, how it works.
Yeah, FIDE wants to take care not only about the professional chess players, but also about those women who have chess as their hobby, or who's used to play chess and now coming back, or who just enter the chess world. So one of our initiatives is to organize the online Queen's Festival. So that's targeted to women in the whole world who want to engage. It doesn't take much time, so it's online. You can combine it with your family life or work life. And this year it was already the third edition. June and July, where the tournament was organized. More than 500 ladies from 124 countries were participating, and we made special awards for the winner of each of the continents. So there is a Queen of Europe now coming from Azerbaijan, Ismail Malik. She won the European competition, and we took the chance to praise the success of the host of the World Cup.
One last question, Dana. I know you're very passionate about the program of chess in prisons. You are a teacher yourself in prison in Latvia. So this year, I think it's the fourth year, possibly, of the online championship. How are things shaping up for October for the Intercontinental Online Chess Championship for prisoners?
Yeah, Chess for Freedom. It is really the program that I enjoy so much indeed, because I see how life-changing chess can be. Because in a short time, you see how from a just disorganized group of people, you can make a super motivated team who support each other. You give the people the second chance. So this year it's the third edition of our Intercontinental Online Chess Championship. And now we aim to reach 64 countries from all over the world. Last year it was 46 countries, 85 teams, men, women, youth, so people who represent their countries and are very proud of that. So looking forward to having new teams on board, because this is the highlight event that they prepare for and get motivated very much. But behind that you have the whole program that helps them to re-socialize and makes the society a more safe and better place.
Dana, I can tell you, alas, look at the camera, Dana, you're very passionate for chess. You can sense, when I talk to you, I can sense that you're really passionate. You really enjoy what you're doing, and I think this is the type of person that's very good to promote the sports all over the world. Thank you very much, Dana.
Thank you so much.
are back. And during the break, we've seen so many interesting developments, especially a huge upset for the local pride, Mehmet Yarov Shahriar, who got defeated by Tin Jing Yao from Singapore. This is one of the upsets of the day, I guess.
Yes, and I think it must be the best performance in Singaporean chess history.
Indeed,
I mean,
yeah.
taking down a player like Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And it wasn't just a one-game thing. He drew yesterday and won today to win the match.
As black pieces, even.
With the black pieces, right. And just a tremendous accomplishment and maybe a new beginning for Singaporean chess.
Yeah, for sure.
A big day indeed.
Yeah, I'm sure it will boost the chess popularity in the country too.
Yes.
So, what game shall we look at?
Well, one other potential upset is Wesley So. I mean, he's one of the best players in the world. And here he's fighting for his life because we are in this position. And basically what was happening is that he's trying to stop this pawn queening. And for white, the question is, how do you get around playing b7 and then taking on d7 with the rook, maybe, and queening? Then you have two bishops against a bishop, which should be a win in the long term.
Right.
But he's gone rook c4, and I don't know. I don't think white's position really can be spoiled. But let's say I go bishop e6, and then you go what, rook f4 check.
You. Rook f4, king e7.
And then b7. But the problem for black is there is no way to stop rook d4 now, and rook d4 and rook takes d7.
Right.
So you can ignore this arrow. I'm just making more arrows. Okay, you can ignore. I'll do it again. So bishop e6, rook f4. No, it hasn't happened yet. The position is here.
Yep.
So Wesley is just thinking where to place his bishop. One idea could be bishop e2. So that when you go rook f4 check. But again, it's horrible for black because you have to decide where to put that king and it has so little space. But one idea could be that you run back here. But even this, I feel, yes, I have check and then I can go here. And so once again, I'm tricking you. And if you go here, then this is lost indeed. Because you're winning the piece. So I don't see how he's going to escape. H5 is maybe the best move.
Yeah.
Okay.
He played h5.
Which is probably as good a move as anything. Now let me play b7. Oh no, b7, the problem is rook takes f2. That's why he's gone rook c4 in the first place. So he now has to go rook f4 check. But then there's maybe a glimmer of hope. Look, hear me out. King e7, you go b7. Can I go g5? Sorry. Can I go g5? And my idea is just to play h4, g4 and liquidate the last pawn maybe. But it'll probably not work out. Also, I can do everything with the check first. So
Yes, that's true.
But
Check
rook
first and
d4.
then
So I'm
d4.
threatening rook d7 and b8. You have to waste a move because you can't play h4. And now, yeah, let's bite the bullet. Or maybe bishop d7 is better. But this might not be quite... It's a bit annoying, isn't it? If you have g4, then it's very difficult. I mean, if you play g3, it's a draw.
no,
if you lose the last pawn, so you have to you have to do this very precisely still. So h5 was a good move because it starts the pawns rolling. I mean, what have you got to lose by this point?
Right.
h5 is the current position. And here we are. I also wanted to point out one more thing. Vincent Keimer is in some trouble. He's a pawn down. His knights are sort of hovering around the area, and maybe there is a trick. But if I go king h2, we have knight takes h3.
Knight
That is a kind of
h3.
handy move to have. Oh, maybe you're getting the pawn back after this. And if I go rook a1, is knight d3 going to be a problem?
If knight is frequency free, eh?
Yes. Do you have? Is there something I'm missing?
Knight with frequency free.
Maybe
check.
just rook b3, and then the problem is again now I have to defend this pawn.
Yeah.
So maybe Vincent just has enough counterplay, but it looked like things had gotten out of hand. Rook d1. Apparently, there's no easy way through. It's okay. So then it might be under control. Vincent needs to draw this to pass to the next round.
Right.
And so quite a crucial thing for another of the big guns.
And we have another game that's almost knocking out the rating favorite, Abdusattorov.
Yes, Abdusattorov's thing. Let's quickly mention that Fabiano Caruana has won as well. I think it wasn't over when we went for the break, but Rook e7 is happening, and then that's game over.
Yeah.
Or Rook e6, Queen e5 as well. So if you bring the king closer, I can obviously just do this and Queen e5 and then just completely smash black. So that's a 2-0 performance. But now let's go to Abdusattorov, who is indeed in quite some trouble. Gukesh has won.
Gukesh has won.
Because his king broke through, and so he is, as of today, the highest rated Indian chess player.
Yeah.
It is a live rating, but I'll let somebody else parse that detail. It's still a phenomenal
It is a phenomenal
performance.
result. Yeah.
I mean, a huge climb up the rating list. Maybe 20 points over the last few months. Just a phenomenal result. Let's show you the Mamedyarov game, because this is how it finished. So at this stage, it's already, yes, better, because I think somewhere Shakhriyar, he just conceded a pawn. Took it, I don't know, maybe the composition wasn't quite there. This looks risky. I mean, why allow Queen G3, Queen H3? But anyway.
Yeah, so just as a quick update, Gukesh has now world number 9. And his current live rating is 2755.9, so can easily be 2756.
Yes. But let's quickly finish this game. This is Tin Jingyao?
Tin Jingyao.
Yeah, from Singapore, who is on his way to scoring one of the biggest upsets and knocking out the local favorite, local hero, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. B6, wow. B4, and then C5. And this has the consequence of loosening up everything on the queen side. So that happens. Rook takes F6 and D4.
Nice.
And now suddenly we see that I don't know, my hand slips all the time. Yeah, bishop C6. So white's king, unfortunately, once you've played G4, you can't pull it back. Rook B3, Rook C8, attacking the bishop, bishop D3, and then he just took the pawn. These moves, afterwards they look obvious, but to just calmly take a pawn when it looks like there's so much temptation, good nerves. Bishop takes A6. Now the check. Knight G2, and Rook takes G4. Is this quite all right? Bishop takes C8. Why not Rook takes G2? Oh, Rook takes C6 maybe.
Or Rook.
No, Rook takes C6.
No, Rook F8. Rook F8. And then probably Queen H6 and takes on H3.
No, Queen H6, King H6. It's not defended.
Sorry,
Rook, so Rook G2, what is the line? Oh, it is Rook C6.
Rook C6, yeah.
Rook G1 and King here.
And has to...
and the game goes on. It seems that, what is the computer saying? It's just saying Knight G3. And I mean, it's chaos. But...
So he took the G2 knight with the right piece.
With the bishop, correct. So King G2 and captured that one. Now, what is White's hope? Is it Queen H6 maybe? But that allows a further check. And then Knight G3. My God, this was a difficult game, right?
Yeah, it is. Very complicated.
Oh, sorry, it's Black's move. Queen C7 check. I thought I'd made it already. And then Knight G3 maybe. Tremendously complicated game. And he went Knight G3, and after Bishop D5, it seems to be game over. queen e2, and rook h4. And then the knight is going to discover no matter
Right.
what you do.
Mm-hmm.
If knight f5, the problem is knight f4 check still wins the
Yeah.
queen. So that is a win at least. And so suddenly queen e5, but knight f4 check, and it's game over because king g1, I have queen
Queen C1.
c1 check.
Yes. And rook h2.
Yes, and if knight f1, then rook h1 wins.
Rook h1 now. Mhm.
And if king f2, then rook h2 check wins. So huge upset there.
Yeah, and a very good game as well.
Yes.
He deserved this, yeah. Let's take a
What
look
is the game? Yeah, we wanted to go to
Abdusattorov. Yes.
which is, hang on while we find the game. Here we are. So Abdusattorov resisting heroically,
Ooh.
but it's he went rook f4. He's a pawn down, but on the other hand, he's trying to win that pawn, and he's got a pawn on f5 waiting to start rolling down the board.
Right.
But his opponent slowly makes progress.
So this is another elimination of the rating favorite. So Abdusattorov drew his game yesterday and
Actually,
lost
it doesn't
today.
even look like a bad exchange sack, but somehow queen d6, and it's just something like this happens. But now the problem is, because the queen controls that square, rook c1 is a threat as well.
Mhm.
So he had to take the pawn and lost his prize possession.
Mhm.
Whereupon this is happening, and queen g3 has happened. And he's losing the h4 pawn. And the problem is that you cannot play h5 because we will do the roulette.
Oh, rook e3.
Oh, rook e3 as well. But I wanted to say that this also wins because rook a1 is coming. But yes, you're right. This works faster. Rook e3 and it's game over.
Yeah.
So it's busted, isn't it? If queen takes
It is.
h4 is happening with check,
Mhm.
then it's game over. In fact, what's the computer valuation? -7.
Oof,
So
that's huge.
very tough for Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
And
This is another huge upset of the
Yes.
round. Yeah. Yep. So we have Mamedyarov gets knocked out, and also Abdusattorov gets knocked out, and Veselislo is in the verge of elimination as
so
well.
very upsetting day, shall we say?
Yeah, for the rating favorite, yes.
Yeah, for the rating favorite, it's just a very difficult day. Okay, so this g5 has happened, and I think Wesley is going to go for this h4 g4 idea.
Mhm.
What can white do? Oh, there's another plan, which is rook d4. If you go bishop e6 with the aim of doing this h4 thing, then I go check and rook b4 maybe. No, then rook takes f2, and I still have the problem how to finish this off. Maybe I just go bishop c6. Okay, I think some work to be done, because this h4 g4 plan is very unpleasant. Of course, I can play rook d7, but what are the other plans I have? Bishop d6. Oh, bishop d6 and bishop b4 check might be an idea.
Mhm.
If you go king f7, I go bishop b4. But then the knight goes here, and you still have to finish the job. So it's not trivial, but he has gone bishop e6, so now let's see what happens.
Right. Well, this is very interesting. And yeah, and in the women's section, we have a few other results. So at least for now, there will be 5 tie breaks in the women.
Okay.
And more than 20 already in the open.
Mhm. Oh, he has not taken on d7.
Yes, not take it.
Who's putting this in the... Because I didn't do it. Is it mold analysis or... Oh, it's our old analysis that we have scrolled into. Has he played rook d7? No, he's gone rook d7.
No, he has gone rook d7, yes. So he's confident in winning this endgame. But
Now we have to look at this. b8 queen.
Takes an h4, yeah?
I mean, it has to be h4 just not to get the pawn blockaded. But now, how does white win this? Because if I put the pawn on g3, you can always step out.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
And after
And then
g4.
play king g2. And if you play g3, I just play f3. And of course, you can never advance. But the question is, yes, it must be possible
Yeah,
to
it's possible.
win, right?
And then bishop will just work its way around to go to the h4 pawn.
I don't see how. Let's say I wait. Bishop f4 maybe to draw
Bishop
the king
f4.
out. Then I come here.
Bishop h6 and then f4.
Ah,
Yeah.
and there's probably just no way to stop it.
Yeah.
So that's clean enough then.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, f4. So maybe you shouldn't rush with g3, but already this is calling for superhuman patience, right? You have to go king f6.
Bishop c7.
Then I have to go grovel back.
Uh-huh.
And then how do you nail this? You know what? Maybe I can just even bring the king around.
That's
Because
possible, because
g3, f3, and the dark squares are now dominated by white.
Mhm.
And this is going to be a slow win.
Mhm. Yeah.
Wow, 3 big upsets today.
So far, yes. So far 2, yeah? And then this is coming 1.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But Abdusattorov is that game over?
That game's over. So Abdusattorov and Mamedyarov.
already resigned. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So those two already resigned.
Oh, wait. And then this
one is on the way,
Yeah.
I would say. Yeah.
And Wesley is thinking. So he's clearly
Yep.
thinking whether to take with the king or the bishop.
Mhm.
No, he's gone because taken with the bishop, and now b8 will happen.
And Youngie also drew his game, so he's through to the next round because yesterday he won. Remember the pawn, the Petrov, but takes on e3 with the f pawn.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
you're young.
that
He
one.
drew today finally. I thought he
Yeah.
was pressing today, but anyway. Boris Gelfand lost.
Boris Gelfand lost.
So that another upset
Also Ilyas
in a
Mirin.
sense. Let's have a look at that game. Ilyas Mirin lost as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough day for both of them. But Peter Swidler won. So
Peter Svidler won.
the youngest of the veterans is hanging in there.
Okay.
Um,
And what happened to Arjun?
yeah.
Oh, they drew. They drew.
Yes, it seems that
There's no way.
very, very similar. If you recall yesterday's game with Korobov,
And it
very
is
similar,
like
but this one actually works
Mhm.
in the sense that the king does hide, and that b3 pawn gives it just enough shelter that it's not going to get mated.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Arjun heading to tie breaks as well.
Tiebreak, Yeah.
But Nihal, Pragnananda, and
Gukesh.
Gukesh all through to the next round. Prag is the only one of the three who even made a draw. And off we go. Okay, so h4 has happened. And now we're going to find out, but I think bishop e4 and king g2 and king f1
Right.
looks...
So I think bishop e4 has to be played. Yeah, you have to quickly remove yourself from h2
Yes.
or bishop d5. Okay, either way. Yeah, in the women, so far there's only one upset. That is Medina Aulia versus Sarah Kadem. And Divya has won her game against Wang Tantrang.
Okay, so Divya Deshmukh also through to the next round.
Yep.
So quickly, let's check on the women. How is Humpy doing?
They drew the game. Yes, so Humpy is
A
through.
bit of an escape for Priyanka. I think Humpy was doing very, very well, but she only needed a draw to pass to the next round. And she got the desired result.
Yep. And as we remember, Kostyuk was in trouble. And I
Has
think
she escaped?
No, she's not. It's, I think, even worse now.
Okay. But there's some hope for a perpetual
hope,
here
yeah.
or there. But I think
Because the
Queen E5 is
C-pawn,
going to be Queen E5 is going
yeah.
to be strong. Because if Queen H4, I have Queen G3 check. So it does not look good for Kostyuk. What did she do yesterday?
She won, so it's going to be...
Oh, it's going to be a tie break
break,
then.
yes.
So
Yeah, it's very interesting. So Queen D5 has been played. So, and Muzicuk Maria won the game. The exchange sack on C3 didn't work apparently for Black, even though the position was looking good.
oh, that's actually quite a nice position.
Mhm.
Let's take a look at it.
Yes.
Black has just played King B6 to attack this pawn. But now White is going to win with King D4 and King C5.
Mhm.
And that end game is just over. So she just won the clinch the pawn ending. How is her sister doing? Anna,
Her sister is still fighting.
But
It's
well,
looking
it's
equalish.
not
yeah.
really a fight. It's going to be a draw.
It's
and
going to
that's
be a
it.
draw.
Yeah, so
And
both
yesterday,
of them through, right?
well, yes, if Anna wins this one, yeah, both of them will be through.
If Anna draws this one, you mean?
Yes, because Anna
Won yesterday.
Anna won yesterday.
Correct, yeah.
Yes.
So both the Muzicuk sisters favorites to pass through. Well, sorry, Maria is already through. Anna very likely to pass.
Mhm. Kotenashvili Bella also is through to the next round after defeating Karina Shivka.
Mhm.
Mamat Zada Gunai drew her game against Bifo Alina, so Bifo Alina is through to the next round.
Okay.
And Bifo Alina will be playing against Medina Warda Aulia, so two underdogs beating their high-rated opponents,
Very
meeting
impressive.
on the next round.
Yes. What else is happening? Goryachkina is still trying to
Still trying.
press that one. Let's take a look at Kostyuk. White can play C5 or Queen D4. So
Yeah,
this is fairly safe, I think.
this match will go on a tie break.
Yeah.
And Injak Theodora also defeated Sophie Millie, and she's through to the next round. All good? Okay, so we still have 5 tie breaks in the women's section, and potentially one with this game currently still going on.
Mm-hmm. And amongst the men, let me think. So Wesley Emre Khan is obviously. What's the hurry? You want to do this, all this carefully, and I wonder if there are any other setups. Let's say I go Bishop E4, G4, and you go King G2. What if I played Bishop B5?
If Bishop F5, Bishop E2, yeah?
Yes. And Bishop E2, you have to come back, because if I play Bishop F3 check, then G3 eliminates the pawns.
Yes, yes.
So you would have to come back. This would be the only move. So the question is, how do I make progress here? Let's say I come here, you go here. You just don't have the space to kick me out.
Mm. Any other alternative is you have to try to get out with the king, but how?
Oh, one sec. Alternately, so it's very good to think at this point, because maybe what you want to do is king g1, g4, and then you do this so that you have bishop e2 and then the king gets out. Of course, you may always want to start with bishop f4, king f6, bishop c7, king here, so that king doesn't dare even dream of moving.
Right.
And then you do bishop f1, e2. Maybe that's the way to stop this bishop c6, f3 idea.
I have a feeling this might end with a draw for some reason.
Wow.
Oh, that game has finished. Kostyuk, I think, resigned.
Yeah, her opponent didn't take a draw at this point, so I think.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we can see the positions of the king. The king is on the board. Yeah, so that match, Kostyuk and Yan Tianqi, will be continued tomorrow on the tiebreak day. So we have 6 tiebreaks for the
I
women
didn't realize
tomorrow.
this actually turns out to be important, right? Is bishop e4 just a mistake? If I do this, okay, let's see what the computer says. King g1, bishop,
And bishop
here.
b5.
Then he's just wasting his time with this. I mean, I don't see what he's accomplishing. Once I get bishop e2, then I don't even see how your king can't break out. And yeah, it might just be a draw if I play bishop e2.
Yeah, probably. But after, maybe there's some zugzwang. Let's say bishop f5 now, and then bishop e2, bishop c8. Oh, but I cannot play king f1, can I?
No,
But
because
there's
g3.
g3.
And then we are down to
Yeah. That's not possible then. And if I put my bishop on h5 also, it doesn't work, maybe. Yeah. And then try to disposition. Let's say we have
He has
bishop
gone
on
up the
h5.
board. He has gone up the board.
Bishop e4 is on the board.
He's played bishop d5.
Oh yeah, d5. Right.
Yeah, so now I go g4,
And then,
which forces your move. You have to touch the king.
yeah, king g2 or king
And
g1.
is there even a win here? That is a miracle save, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and once the bishop hits e2, you cannot really...
You can't break out of your
You
trap.
cannot break out. The bishop has to be on this diagonal, otherwise bishop f3 and g3. Yeah, this could be a really miraculous save.
No, you're right actually, in a funny way. Let me go here. You come here, then let me do my thing, which is this and that. And the bishop has to be here. This bishop has to be here. But if I play king... No, I can't go king g2 because you'll play bishop d1. Oh, then I have king f1.
King f1, yeah.
So let me go here, and now it's your move.
You cannot really move the king, or you can actually to e8.
Then bishop f4 and you're too far away.
Yes.
Then I go bishop g5. So your
Right.
king needs to be in this thing. You can't... You have to control both these squares. So the e7 is the only place from which you can do that. And so it may be that you need to just do this precisely here. I'm trying to think how. If this bishop is free to move, then I could... I mean, your other plan was also very nice. Bishop h5. But the problem with that is then when I play g3, I have to go f4.
f4, yeah.
And then you might do h3 or bishop e4. Is it winning? Because you can't get your...
Yeah, you have to control this diagonal, bishop
And
e4.
if you go here, then bishop f5 is winning.
Yes.
So, it may not be a draw then. But boy, it's an interesting ending. Bishop c7, king e7. Let's see, there's some other square I could use. I can go to any square I want because I need to only target both these, which I can do from every square in that diagonal. So let me go bishop a5.
Mm-hmm.
Now if bishop d1, king f1,
F1.
e1, escaping. If bishop stays on this one, how do I break through? So I kind of need bishop g2 because I need bishop f1 to be a threat.
Yeah, but there is always bishop f3.
Right. But not if you go, you're stuck on e2. Because if you go to any other square, then bishop f1 and bishop e2 will be in time.
Mm-hmm.
So your only chance here is to do what?
You cannot play bishop d1 because king f1, king escapes.
Yes. King d7, bishop f4. I play bishop g5 next.
Mm-hmm.
That was close. Wait, let me try this. Because if f3, I have h3.
Yeah, so you have to go f4.
Yeah, I have to go f4, and that might be winning, as we discussed earlier. But wait, let me go.
Bishop d3.
Yeah,
Okay.
but then I did what I want.
And then bishop
Is it-
e4. And then bishop e2.
And then
yeah.
I've solved this problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So we have currently we have white has 4 minutes on the clock.
And Wesley has 18 minutes.
Yeah, so well, it would be interesting to see if
Maybe your sense was right. Maybe Wesley might,
it might save
might
it.
escape.
Yeah. Because it's not easy. It's not easy. Even we have tossed some moves around
Yeah,
and I still couldn't find it.
we've been improving our understanding
Yeah.
as the moves come along, and these zugzwangs. But the good thing is white can always bash 3 moves with the bishop and come back and start again. And like I said, for the bishop, it's equivalent whether c5, b6, a5 are all equivalent squares, because I target d2 or e3 or f4,
Yes.
and so the parallels work. But it's a pity for him, because had he found bishop f1, he'd be home free already.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, bishop d5 looks way more natural, yeah?
it looks dominating and impressive, and
Dominating,
you assume that's winning. And at the beginning, we thought the same,
Mm-hmm.
but now I don't see the follow-up.
g4, king g1, bishop b5. Yeah. Yep. So I guess there's not too many games going on currently, because we can see in the playing hall it's rather empty.
Mm-hmm. Vincent's rather titanic struggle is still going on. Okay. And let's just grab around Alexander Fear under quite some pressure. If Ray Robson wins, that's he's through, right?
Yeah, he's true, because they drew yesterday.
Correct. And David Howell is pressing here, but maybe rook a3, does it work? But there's a nice trick here. Look, if king d3, I cannot play knight takes e3 because of bishop d6 check. So after king d3, I can just give this check and go back, and maybe
Yeah.
that just about holds it.
And they drew their match yesterday too.
Yeah.
So this could be another tie break.
Salem, actually, we have not followed him for a while.
Oh yeah.
This looks close
Looks
to
really
winning.
good for him. Mm-hmm. And
Oh, this is beautiful. Look at this one. Queen takes e4.
Oh, that's a mate on d8.
Yeah, and if c4, then queen takes c4 as well. So,
It's pretty.
is
yeah.
that the current position? Yes, he's just gone king f8 and walked into this one. Could he have gone c4? I mean, it's still a problem that I come here because I guess c3, is it a draw? I mean, I can always play bishop g7, queen e8, h5, but
h5, h6,
h5, c2,
6.
h6 wins, it says. C1 and then h7 and queen h7 check, our favorite
Right. Oh yeah.
Tan Zhongyi
Yeah.
move.
The same theme in the Tan Zhongyi's game.
Yes, and now white's threat is queen h7.
And there's no check
okay.
at all to the king.
Sure.
The king on h2 is
Amazingly,
so safe.
there is no check.
Yes. Yeah.
But after king f8, it
Yeah,
seems that queen takes e4 is just over.
Right.
So big chance in a game which seems about equal. He suddenly has an opportunity, but you have to spot these things.
Yep.
Because for a long time it doesn't exist and suddenly it exists and you have to switch your frame of mind because
Right. And there's also another result. Tari Aryan drew his game against Nguyen Thai Daifon, and
so he is therefore through.
he's through. And the next round, he will be facing Magnus.
Magnus, that's right. He's
So-
going to face his fellow
Two
Norwegians.
Norwegians.
That's right.
Two Norwegians on the round 3.
Yeah. What else is going on here? Ivan Saric under quite some pressure, though it's still hard to use this extra pawn.
Oof, we have plenty of tiebreaks. Fresine, Lauren drew against Abbasov Nijat, so they go to the tiebreak. Mamadov Rauf also drew against Pratke, another tiebreak, so 2 Azeris. This looks good for white.
Corey is winning this, right? So she's going to take.
Tiebreak, yeah, because Arabitsa won
Why did she
yesterday.
give the a3 pawn? Did she just calculate king e4, f5 or something? But okay. It does seem to win. Irina Crush.
Oh,
This is
white.
a massive advantage, right?
Yeah, white has some big development here.
Yeah.
So she switched from the queen side and this king march, like
Correct.
Petrosian's march now, maybe from the king side to the queen side.
So Irina Crush in quite some
Danger.
trouble, and therefore
This could be a
a
tiebreak.
tiebreak could be likely here as well. There you can see that the tournament hall is almost empty. Just a few boards scattered here and there. So
In the women's session, yeah, Gorchkina is still pressing. She needs to win this round to go
and
through.
Wesley has found the idea.
Did he?
He's gone bishop b5.
Because what else can he do, right, in
Yes.
this position?
But what did we conclude finally? That bishop e2, bishop g2 is a draw.
Yeah.
It's a zugzwang, mutual
It's a
zugzwang,
zugzwang, yeah.
right? But first
So-
that bishop has to improve. So I go there.
Yeah.
And actually it seems that
Or bishop f4, bishop c7, just to have the
Ah,
tempo
right, to
in
have it a
our-
bit faster.
yeah.
Okay. Bishop f4.
King f6 and bishop c7.
And yeah, there's no way you're going to allow. But can the king come in and play there? If you do this, my bishop has to be further away.
Yeah, so probably not to a8, not to...
Yeah, always where I can have two. So if I go here, can you suddenly play g3, f3, king f4 or something, and is king very active. King g2 would be a draw. You just take.
Mm-hmm.
So
There's h3. It's very important to mention.
yeah, sorry. You just take, and if you take, then h3 check is a draw. So how do we win this? I do this, and then I do this. And now the h3 trick doesn't work. So that might, poof, this is something. So bishop b5 has happened. And now I think this is a good move to do.
Yep. Preparation. Bishop c7, and then
King
e7.
has to go back. Now
he's done it.
He's gone bishop e2 for bishop c7. So he went directly bishop c7. 1 second. And white can go bishop e2 here. Black can, and he's gone bishop g2. And that is a zugzwang, right? Which is what we thought. So what are we threatening? Oh, it's just that black does not have a move. That's the point. Wait. The problem for black, and actually this might be the key square. That's why I wanted the bishop further away. Because if you do this, then it's very important that I have this. Now, funnily enough, you have this move.
Because f3.
But exactly now, h3, I have bishop takes h3, check.
Check.
And it's only because the king is on d7.
Yes, yes.
So now let's say I step away. Can you avoid this problem? How do you... Oh, you have to go bishop h1 here, maybe. And then king g2
then
to win.
King, yeah.
Wow. So king e8, f3, h3 is a check. So you have to get the king out of there somewhere. So if I do not play king d7 at all, what's my... So let's say... but my problem is if I do this, then you go bishop f1, bishop e2, which solves all your problems. So I'm kind of out of a move in this position. It's a zugzwang.
It's a zugzwang.
Except it's not mutual because white can always play bishop b6 and still has these two options. So for white, it's sort of corresponding squares. I need to threaten those two, or those two, or those two. So every pair works for white.
Right.
And he has played bishop g2. So Wesley thinking, but it would be a good position to put on table basis, but I think it's 8 is unfortunately not yet available. I mean, it would be nice to confirm if this is in fact, but as I pointed out, it's not mutual zugzwang because white can make a move. Okay, I have it. I play king e8 now. I do not go to d7, I go to e8. And how are you going to do
because
this?
there's no h3 check, yeah?
Exactly. So I go bishop. This is a draw. If you go bishop f4, because I play g3, f3, h3.
Yeah.
Oh no! Now it's this.
There's another check on c6. Oh, wow.
And I've jumped around. So your king can't go. It's beautiful. Wait, the king can't go to d7, it can't go to e8.
Yep. But you have a
But
check.
you have to make a move.
Yeah.
And this is the problem for black, that both the squares don't work.
But there's no other square, right?
But this is incredible. Actually, I would think this is the harder one.
Because you have to keep an eye on the 8 square.
No, I would think this is the harder one, because if you go king e8 to play bishop h1 here, I mean, you can figure it out, but it's still a hard move to make.
Yeah, but if I just play bishop d3, king g2, and then bishop f5, let's say.
Then give a bishop g5.
Yeah, you can.
So
Yeah, you're
that
forced
still
to.
works. And your king can't run that fast.
Right.
Wait, so king g... So you don't play bishop d3, you run with the king.
Yeah,
But then this one. Wait.
And a king g6 or king f6, yeah.
Yeah, I come here. You go king h5, and then What is going on here? So it's not king h3. So what the hell is it? It's still, that king now dashes to h5, and this bishop has gone and got itself stuck on h1.
You need to get the bishop out. But
So king d7 does work.
But you just have to allow this.
So king d7.
King d7.
Let's
is
try
the move,
again. Okay, we are going to keep an engine running for this one. We try sometimes not to do so, but I think by now we've got the key ideas and we just need to know if this works or not. Bishop f4, and I go g3. f3, now I go king e8. I can't go to e6 because of check, I can't go to e7 because of check, but I go to e8. Now my threat is h3. So you have only one move, which is bishop h1.
Mm-hmm.
And now I make a run.
Mm-hmm.
And there is just no way around. It is a draw.
Because if you play bishop g5, h3 is coming, so
Yes.
it's not an option.
And if king g2, I go king g6. And you can't actually make progress here. One second. Let me, instead of this king g2, which is admittedly not impressive, let me go bishop c7. So I'm threatening king d2 and I'm not. But now I'm threatening f4 and getting out.
But after f4, I can play h3.
And
after
then I
you
get
play
out, bishop e4.
Oh,
And then you don't have the
allow
mating
this.
thing. So I go bishop c7 now.
Okay, king e6. Not to allow any checks. Oh, but now you can play bishop g2 because h3 is bishop h3.
Yes.
Yeah, so...
But I can also play king g2 here, and that's also winning because I king h3, h4.
Oh, right, yes.
So,
I have to play h3.
oh, so
yes.
in fact, bishop c, this is the blunder. I mean, but I do this. And then how do you do it? You can come here, you can come here and try to get here fast.
And then...
And come here or
Mhm.
something and try to put it on g4. Well, then you might as well go the elegant way and go king f5. And is this now winning? If I go bishop b7, it might be winning.
It is looking... Yeah.
I'm not sure of anything in this ending anymore, but bishop b7. Now, if you play h3, I go check.
He played it. King d7 is on the board.
Yeah.
He's
Good. He's
He's
good.
good.
Leslie's
of
good.
course.
He's good.
Yeah, now White has tremendous work to do.
But this apparently is winning. Because you can't play h3. What if I had gone to h5 instead? So let's just check that. King h5. You get out there. Oh, the evaluation has dropped a lot. So I do this now, and maybe this is just a draw. What a save.
Amazing. Amazing, really. And black needs to be really precise, because otherwise one move...
I mean, there's still such a minefield. You have to play king h5, not king f5 after all, it seems. You have to do king h5 because we don't want bishop c8 to happen with check.
Mm.
You could do it in the other way. You could always start with this. And when this jumps off...
And king h5.
Wait, so king here, I go f5,
King
king
g5.
g5, bishop e5, and this, and now the computer says, well, the evaluation has dropped so low that it's probably a draw,
Mm-hmm.
because there's no way for white to get out there.
Well, this is an interesting study. How to save this position. Because practically speaking, it's quite hard to win, but there should be some way for white to win, yeah? In the current
I mean,
position.
I don't know if this is the best engine, but
He's played it. Bishop f4.
yes. And so now g3 will happen. So let's go back to the board.
G3 has happened.
G3, F3.
Yeah,
And now he
it's
has to
only
find
move.
king e8.
King e8 it is.
That's my man. Found it instantly. Kazimzhanov said something very nice about Wesley. It was a typical Kazimzhanov remark, something to the effect of, if I could be as good as Wesley doesn't realize he is, or something to that effect. Essentially saying, if I was that good, we have to look it up.
If I could be
No, it's
as good as Wesley and not realizing it, something like
No, actually, his point was, I realize how good Wesley is. So if I was that good, I would know it, or something to that effect. Wait, what's that king doing on f7?
that. It's exactly bishop h1, the one that
Right.
after bishop h1.
Let's just see if we can look it up. But it'll be a nice thing. We can look it up here. Kazimzhanov on Wesley.
You don't do that. Sorry.
Sorry.
It will show.
Okay, sorry, excuse me.
It's okay.
We'll do this somewhere else. And they switched the board there while we do our shenanigans. I look it up on my phone. It's because it's a very cute remark. Typical Kazimzhanov.
And he's done it to f4. Yeah, the evaluation has dropped down.
Yeah.
And now it looks like a drawing position. So king f7 and bishop c7 was on the board, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe I can message Rustam and ask him what is it he said about.
What was exactly what he said?
But it's such a nice remark.
And then king g6.
I'll look it up at some point. But this was majestic.
It's looking like a drawn position now.
Yep.
Yeah, king g6 is a...
But what a tragedy for Emre Khan. He was doing so well in this game.
Yeah.
And
that trade was a bit hasty, I guess, yeah?
yes.
He could have prepared something first and always preserve that idea in the end.
Wait, let's do one more shot. I go f4, king h5. And instead of going to e4 where I don't have space, let me do bishop d5. Because now it's going to be harder for you to play h3. Yeah, you can go h3. And once again, if I do that, you attach yourself to that pawn. In fact, this one just seems to be flat, 0.
Mm-hmm.
So h2 also draws. Okay.
A little intermezzo.
Mm-hmm.
There is a question, and I think this is a question from all of us. What do you think? If Magnus Carlsen is amongst the top 3 at the FIDE World Cup, he qualifies for the candidates. Will he or should he then play candidates since he gave up his world title?
I would never resign as president and then run to be vice president. So I have no idea what Magnus is doing or thinks he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I do. He wants to win the World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one format missing thing. I don't even pretend to understand his other decisions. So I will not answer. I cannot answer. But he might just play for the fun of it. But I think for him, this knockout format, the World Cup, is unfinished business. That's personal.
Mm-hmm.
Whether he will play the candidates and what he will do if he wins the candidates,
You never know.
I don't even know where to go with that one.
Yes.
So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, I think he just wants to complete his achievements by winning the World Cup.
Correct.
Yeah, getting personal there. And is there any development? Oh, King G2 is on the board. And did we...
We didn't see anything after that. I mean, that bishop is just trapped on
just
H1.
trapped, yeah,
It's
cannot
just trapped
go
on
out.
H1.
Yeah. Yeah, we can put on the live board. There you go, we have it. And the bishop has dropped back to b5. Yeah, you don't have to do anything, yeah? You just have to keep an eye on the f1 square.
Yeah. And if king g1, bishop e2, back. And so white is just trapped.
Mm-hmm. And if king
Does
h3?
f4 doesn't make any sense either, right? Yeah, because I can just draw like this. And white cannot make progress.
Right. And after that, king g4, yes.
And then h3 check, and then I just sit and wait.
Just wait, yeah.
And you can never make progress. So
I think white is just making moves at this moment.
yes.
Not
But
really.
black doesn't even need to care because he's got the fortress he wants, which is king h5, bishop e2, and back and forth. Or is there some detail that he still needs to see? What a save that was. And here once again we see that one of the most natural moves on the board, bishop d5. No, bishop d5 was fine, right? Even this in the end turns out to be a draw because of this fascinating way of doing it. So here king f1, bishop f1, and it was over. There's nothing you can do.
Bishop f1, king g1, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a very easy move to be missed, this bishop f1. Yeah.
We found it on the fourth or fifth attempt. So
You found it.
and and we have the luxury of being able to move the pieces back and forth and realizing. So how difficult it must be for them.
Yeah. And king has moved back to g1, so bishop e2, I think.
No, I was just wondering if because the black king is now on h5, whether that makes a difference. If you go bishop e2 and I go f4, what happens? Let's just check this to be sure. Current position. He's gone back to g1. And what is the move? Oh, now it's just pinning the pawn and saying you can't move.
Right.
Because if you do bishop e2, maybe f4 actually, or did we look at this already?
No, we didn't. He's done it. Bishop c6 is on the board.
And I've never seen a bishop pin a pawn like that. This is just nuts. You have to feel for
Emre Can, yeah?
Yeah, you have to feel for him, even though Wesley pulls it off again. In a sense, here it was easier for black because you realize there's only one thing you can do in this game, which is to start pushing your kingside pawn. So maybe even this rook c4 turned out expensive that it allows h5. Then he goes check, and then he allows this. And all the moves he's forced to make actually turn out to get him into this situation.
Right.
But he has gone king f1. What happens after that? Let's see. I don't know if he can actually get out. He's gone king f1, which should appear on the board. Oh, but
King
the problem
h5,
is...
just bishop b7.
Oh, I can't play bishop g2 because of h3. And if you go king e2, you go check. If king e... I'll just show the line.
If king e1,
So here,
bishop b7.
you go here. If you go here, now I'm threatening bishop g2, but you go check. If I go up the board, you go bishop f1, and g2 is going to win the bishop. If you go king e1, then you just step back and hand the move back. And there
And
it
if
is.
king d2, and then just bishop a6 again, yeah? Threatening f1. Oh, no. Yeah, this
If king d2, then...
bishop a6, bishop f1. No. Because there is... Yeah, this could be. And after f4, there is king g4 first, not allowing bishop f3 check.
Okay, he's gone king e1. What can you... It's not h3.
Yeah, we have currently the same position, but with different side to move.
Yes. I mean, which white can always accomplish by making a move like that. So the question is, what should black's waiting move be, right?
Okay, you do bishop c6, bishop b5.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then your point was king d2, right?
Mm-hmm. Like, can you do bishop b5 here?
But then I have bishop g2.
And bishop d7? And bishop f1.
And I'm out of...
And bishop b... Oh, no, you cannot do that again. Oh, maybe. Can I play bishop b5?
So king e1
sacrificing it? No, you can't.
is currently with black to move. So what should black play here? White is threatening bishop g2. What is the move I'm supposed to make? What an endgame.
Wesley is taking his time. Yeah. So king, let me just put this current position on the board. Okay. And king e1. Yeah, if you play bishop a6, then just
Bishop g2.
bishop g2.
Let me do this. You go king d2 and then I go bishop d7. So I'm threatening bishop h3.
Mm-hmm.
You go f4. I go h3. So your bishop jumps somewhere. Maybe this is a kind of fortress. Oh, I can play g2 now because your king is quite far away. Drag your bishop here and then pick up the last pawn.
Also, I was wondering, can you go bishop c8 on the current position? Like here, bishop c8 and bishop h3. So if you play f4, I have bishop h3. Oh, but you just escape. Oh, but I have king g4. f4, king g4. That's...
I can't do this because you go h3.
Yes.
G2 is over.
H2
and
maybe,
H2 as
yeah.
well, but G2 as well.
G2 as well, yeah.
Okay. So I have only one idea after bishop c8, which is f4.
And king g4.
And then this is a draw as well, I guess. h3.
Also h3, yeah. And after bishop f3, you go bishop g4?
Are you saying I'm running out of squares? Yeah, but I'll just play h2, and after that, I'm actually threatening bishop h3.
Mm-hmm. He's done bishop c6.
Okay, Wesley's still waiting. Why not provoke king d2, move the king as far away as possible,
Mm-hmm.
and then do these things where you...
Bishop d7. Yeah, king d2 has been played.
So white has a big threat of king e3 or not really? Not really, because even after king e3, I can play bishop d7 and you have to play f4.
Wow, he's saving it. He's saving this game. Doesn't want to be knocked out too early yet.
Does anyone?
No, obviously.
Ray Robson
yes.
is still... What's up?
King d2, bishop d7.
Yeah.
He's gone for that idea to h3. Other games still playing. Vallejo is looking good.
Whose move is it?
Black to move now. But even so, everything is hanging. Like,
Yes. ED5 and just queen takes h6, yeah.
yeah, should be game over. I think he drew. Did he win?
He won
it?
the first game.
Okay, so it's a clear 2-0 performance for him. Ray Robson also still playing and is pressing. I think things are looking good for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okaturo versus Volokitin. Ooh, there you go.
We have our first rook and bishop versus rook.
Yes, we talked about it yesterday. Rook and bishop versus rook. So we can safely assume this game, Chan Emre versus Wesley So, is very close to a draw. So let's
Wait,
switch.
is this as trivial as it... what is white's next move?
We're switching to the game of Vallejo
Mm-hmm.
versus
We assumed
Ivic.
winning, but now we're just thinking... Yeah, he's gone bishop g2, and I think it's after h3, it's just over.
Yeah.
So Wesley
H3.
is actually saving it, or has saved it.
Okay. Takes and takes g3, and they should be shaking hands soon. Ooh. Be careful there. If there was another piece of blacks on d6, it could be a touch move rule.
Yeah.
Okay, Wesley will take it. And yep, it's a draw. So they will go on the tiebreak tomorrow. Chan Emre versus Wesley. So what a save from Wesley.
Yes. Again, you see that even when he's struggling with his form, apparently, he can pull these things off. So anyway, my point was that though it's huge on paper, this position, I'm threatening queen d7, but also maybe queen a8. And so there's still at least one or two big checks before I resign as black here. We're talking of the Paco Vallejo game.
And we soon have the table on the screen, the top 16 in the open section.
Let's quickly see because Irene is in huge trouble. It's amazing how much progress black has made, right? I mean, sorry, white has made here.
Yeah.
Maneuvered, but that's impressive.
The patience.
Correct. Just very big.
So we currently have one game going on the women's section. I think there's...
Yeah, well, that is
two.
Irina Krush, right?
Irina Krush and Arabidze still playing.
Arabidze, I assume, is about to resign. I mean, she's about to play b8 queen, so...
And there you go. We have the tournament table of the top 16. Shahriar Mamedyarov suffered a huge upset against Tin Jingyao from Singapore. And Lenier Dominguez is cruising through to the next round with a 2-0 performance. And we also have Yu Yangyi
getting through.
Another Chinese also, Wei Yi, going to the third round.
Jan-Christoph Duda.
So it's actually quite a good day for the rating favorites so far, except two upsets, yeah?
Right.
The Shahriar Mamedyarov and Abdusatorov. Yep. And we also see Magnus Carlsen, another 2-0 performance.
Fabiano 2-0, Gukesh
2-0. Yes, Gukesh also 2-0.
Nepomniachtchi and Rajabov
1.5.
1.5.
And in the next round, Magnus will be facing his Norwegian compatriot Aryan Tari.
Did Aryan also do 2-0?
No, 1.5.
1.5. That's right. He drew today, correct.
Yep. And in the women's section, our reigning world champion Ju Wen-jun will be taking on the match into tiebreak tomorrow against Eva Repkova. Meanwhile, Alexandra Gorychkina, seeded number 2, is cruising through.
She won today.
She won today. Yeah, she won that endgame with extra pawn. And Hampi Konero also won her game and continues to the third round. Marian Gomez will take on Katrina Lahno on a tiebreak match tomorrow. The same goes with Alexander Kostenyuk versus the Chinese Yan Tianqi. Tan Zhongyi will be through to the next round. And Maria Muzichuk, I think both the Muzichuk sisters are cruising through.
When did they play each other?
I don't think so.
Maybe not. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, but in the women's section, we have an upset there. That is Medina Warda Aulia won against Sara Sadat Kademasaria and will be facing another underdog of the round, that is Alina Bivol. So both of them will be facing each other on the third round.
Yes.
And Harika Dronafali having a
convincing
victory against Mikhalina Rudzinska.
Zujiner is also...
Zujiner as well, and Paulina Shuvalova.
2-0.
Yes.
Bella Kotinashvili, 1.5. Nino Batsiashvili, Elizabeth Pates, all through
Yep.
with the thing.
So far, I think we have like 7 tiebreaks in the women's, if I'm not mistaken. I have to recount it again.
Yeah.
Hmm. And then plenty, probably about 25 in the opens. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
But another fun day.
Another fun day. Let's see this. Do you want to see this?
I think we will
wrap it up.
we'll wrap it up.
Okay, sure.
Uh,
Yes. So
I mean, this could go on for another 50 moves.
exactly.
Oh, Paco is still there. We should
Paco
maybe
is still
wait
playing.
and see this.
Uh-huh.
I wonder if F7 is going to clinch it. I mean, E6, sorry. Maybe E6 just clinches it. It does, because if D takes E2, I'll win with checks, which is takes. Queen G4 check.
And Queen E6, yeah.
Then Queen
Rook
E6
H8.
check, Rook F7, and then something
Oh.
strong. Rook G5 check.
Even if you want Queen H6 and Rook E5 will do the deeds. I mean, after this, like
What?
no, after Rook G5 and then King F8 and then.
Yes, exactly. I wanted to. I somehow couldn't see another knockout, but this one is good enough. In fact, it's crushing because
Yeah.
it's mate.
This mate, yeah, that's true.
Has he gone E6? Let's see.
He's not. Is it King H2?
Played Rook F2 and King H2, which is also perfectly good enough. Has he
Mhm.
gone King H2? Yeah.
Okay.
He could even have won with E6 maybe. But I think even E6 because the pawn ending is winning. So,
Yeah.
uh,
Then it should be over soon.
yes.
But he has
But
to
King
be
H2
careful.
ironically doesn't allow E6 because of Queen takes H5 check. So, but this is not gonna be spoiled.
Yeah. He just wants to win it
Sure.
in a cleanest manner. Yep. Yeah, in the women's section, there's only one game going on, and this potentially be a tiebreak because Ule is currently up against Irina Crush.
Knight takes D4 check has happened, and now King steps back, looks winning.
Yeah, King B2.
Daniel Bocaturo is going to try this for a while with Poloketin, and Ray Robson
is looking
is looking like he's winning
Yeah.
because even if he drops the H pawn, he takes the A pawn, and we
Yes.
start all over again. So,
That's true. That's true. And there you go. We see it's Poloketin versus Focaturo on the screen.
Yeah. Let's try to solve this one. I can go Queen F3 and keep a Queen A8 check in the game. I can go Queen F5 and try a Queen C8 check. So everything seems to be still winning.
So we'll wait this game for now, yeah? And
Yes,
then,
and then we
we'll
can wrap up.
Yeah. Yeah, both players have less than
In
1
fact,
minute.
it has
Oh, they
wrapped up.
finished already, yeah? They shook hands?
He has gone Queen F5, which does the trick perfectly.
And that's enough to win. Yeah, Queen C8 is
Queen C8
there.
is there.
Mhm.
And black has no moves left. So.
Wow, that's a very
And
interesting
that's a
day.
2-0 from Paco. So
2-0.
very good win
Very
for
solid performance.
Paco Vallejo.
Yeah, by Vallejo Pons. It's very nice, and one game is going on still. It's this is Ray versus Fier. Yeah, and we agree that white was better, and another one is going to be.
Oh, the computer is showing a nice idea, which is
Mhm.
G4. And then the pawn is protected, so you move away. So that'll
Nice.
finish faster than Rook A8 takes A5 and starting all over again. So.
I think we can expect some resignation on this game.
Yes.
It's already showing in Fier's body language. So white is currently. It is white's turn to move, yeah. Yeah. And time situation. Well, it's not actually a lot for Ray. He has to
11
move
seconds.
fast.
So but you make 2 moves and you get.
G4 is on the board.
Oh,
yes.
even, yeah.
Yeah, G4 has been made. It's very
Interesting to see what the actual clock times are, but
Less than 1 minute. Less than 1 minute. I think he will do the job. I don't think there's there's no defense there. You can, if not, you just take on f5 and
Bishop takes f5 clinches.
and then rook e8. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, what did he do?
He's gone king f4.
King f4.
But that's not going to work. Because I can just play bishop takes f5 and that's it.
So you can play rook e8 if you want to. There's so many
Yes,
ways
as
anyway.
well,
There's
yeah.
so many ways.
Right. But he's taking
Yeah,
bishop
he's
f5.
taken the pawn on f5. Yeah, and you take, and that pawn cannot be taken because there's a check on f8. But if not, you just
Yeah.
keep pushing it. So, whose Ray is going to face after this? So, he still has to wait because tomorrow, Gadim Bailey, Abdullah, and Anton will be playing on the tiebreak.
Ah, okay.
So, he has to wait for the winner of that match. Something has been played, but I'm not sure which one. Was it bishop d5? I think it was bishop d5.
But then rook e8 and there is no perpetual. So
There's no perpetual, yeah? Just rook h2.
king e1, you cannot do
we'll
any
go-
king e3 stuff because
Mhm.
rook is slicing through. So I
Mhm.
just, if bishop d5 has happened,
Mm-hmm.
then rook e8 is the simplest because after this check, I go here
Mm-hmm.
and your king cannot help
Yeah.
in corralling
rook
the
e2 is
white
coming.
king. So
Mm-hmm.
this might not be so simple actually. It is huge for white,
Mm-hmm.
but it's still not over.
It's not over.
Yeah. Has he gone f8 or e8? But it doesn't even matter anymore because I can go to f8 and then go rook e8 check as well. So
Mm-hmm.
and the white king is ready to walk all the way to that square
Right.
if you
Mhm.
keep checking. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what he has played, but he has moved the
I think he played either rook f8 or rook e8.
yeah.
I can't really tell.
Rook e8 seems easy enough. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep, so there are 2 games remaining in the open and 1 game in the women.
Yes. It was rook f8, but now I think rook e8 check and then it's resigns.
You gotta keep trying. It's still like 1 move.
Oh, in
checkmate
fact,
on
h8
H1.
is also a win.
Oh yeah.
So it's hard to blow this one.
Of course, yes. In fact, I think if we have the camera on the game of Ray Robson versus Fear, I think we should be expecting some. Yeah, they shook
they
hands
have
already.
signed. So that
Yeah.
one's over as well.
Okay.
So Alexander Fear has resigned. And that leaves this rook and bishop and Irina Crush.
So far the upsets, what I can tell is Abdusatorov for sure, and then Mamedyarov Shahriar
Oh,
getting
that's a
knocked
big
out.
one.
Yeah, getting knocked out by Ting Chunyo from Singapore. Did you recall any other upsets in the Open for the rating favorites? Wesley so almost got knocked
Almost.
out.
We wrote his demise a few times, but he actually survived.
Yeah, he survived.
And yes.
And in the women, I think there's only 1 upset so far. It's Medina Warda Aulia versus Sarsadat Kademal Saria. But we never know. Tomorrow, there will be so many tiebreaks. In the women, at least, there will be 7 tiebreaks. I think it's about 25 in the open. Yeah. So we'll be expecting many more upsets, actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. And now Irina has gone king at 7. I think
Okay.
the easiest is knight e5. Which you could have done the previous move. And then I don't see a difference after queen a3, queen a5.
Mm-hmm.
So
It should be-
that might be that'll be a tiebreak as well if
Yes,
that result
yeah.
comes in. So very impressive performance by
By Ule.
Ole
Mhm.
Miley Jade.
Yeah, so it should be comfortable position for white and forcing the match into tiebreak tomorrow. Okay. Such an interesting day again at the office today, Fishy. Yeah?
Yeah,
What's
some
your favorite?
fantastic games.
What's your favorite?
I think this Wesley Endgame is
Wesley's Endgame is your
Wesley's
favorite,
Endgame
yeah.
is huge. I mean,
Yeah.
we slowly stumbled on the right idea after so many attempts that you
Yeah.
you appreciate the depth in that.
Yeah. And he played it very precisely as well. And
Yes.
And yeah, I think kudos to Wesley for saving it. And best of luck for Emre Can tomorrow. I hope he's not very regretful about today's match, because it can easily get on you psychologically.
Of course, knowing that you could be relaxing tonight instead of preparing for a tie break, for Wesley, it's hand of God.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Okay. Thank you everyone for watching today's live commentary, and don't go anywhere. Tomorrow we will be back at the same time with an even more interesting day, because we will have so many tie breaks both in the open and in the women's section. I'm Irene Sukandar with Viswanathan. We'll be back tomorrow, so see you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.